Alright, get it. Let's try this shit again.
Rise of incels. I see these videos pop up, and I love watching videos like this because I will always have a lot of things to say. It's your chat. It's real. Yep. Here we go. Video of my subreddit. Yes. A video of Twitch.
When I was 10 years old, I had my first real crush. It was 4th grade, and summer was approaching. There were rumors spreading around about a girl in my class named Maddie who apparently liked me, or rather, more than liked me. As a young kid who hadn't yet been conditioned by the internet, societal norms, or proper manners, I decided to confront her about it. "Is it true that you like someone?" I said. She replied simply, "Yes." After asking her, "Who?" 1,000 times in the hallway in between classes, she told me I was starting to sound like an owl, and she stormed away. But eventually, she did open up about her feelings towards me, and I told her that I had a crush on
Oh, I
her. But
messed up.
then
I
there
should
were
have
summer
murdered him.
breaks, and I no longer had any way to see her other than romanticizing her yearbook picture in my room. I didn't have a phone, and at most, I'd be lucky to see her online in AOL Instant Messenger. Now, how many of y'all remember that? As the first few weeks
I had AOL Instant Messenger too. Absolutely, man. Yep, AIM, exactly. AIM, ASL.
weeks of summer went on, I couldn't bear being away from her for any longer. So I decided to look up her house phone number in our school's directory and give her a call. After around 9 rings, it went to voicemail, and I left one explaining that it was her classmate Cole trying
I gave her 9 rings as 10 years old. Oh, that's crazy.
to talk to her. I then proceeded to call her another
Get the
5 times because I had no conception in my head of what
I'm surprised his parents let him do that. I'm gonna be honest. Like, if yeah, my
fuck.
mom would always be sitting next to the phone. She's like, "Who you calling?" No,
Gotta
you're
get
not
back into
calling him. He's not coming over today. Nope, not him.
creepy guy would be like.
5 times,
And
yeah.
I was
Right.
being that creepy guy. Finally, she called me
Get
back
it.
after a few days, and she said to me, "My mom says
This
you
guy
need to
looks like
stop
he knows what
calling.
he's doing.
It's getting weird."
Yep.
She hung up, and we barely spoke to each other again. As I was reflecting back on this story when I thought about the idea for this video,
Yep.
I wondered how radically different this interaction was from what most 10-year-olds do now. And not just 10-year-olds, but people of all ages. It's clear a lot has changed in terms of dating and how we interact and
Damn,
form
son.
relationships in the
I don't
past
have no
15
prayer on.
years.
It's like I
With
might as
kids
well
in
not have any
single-digit
fucking
ages
prayer.
having access to any information they could possibly desire at
I'm
their
dead.
fingertips,
That's a bit
dating
weird.
apps on the rise, and individuality becoming more realistic, the landscape of intimacy has morphed into something scary. The number of sexless men between 18 to 30 years old tripled from 2008
It's
to
sexless
2018.
men.
And I
Yes, but also the graphics in video games have also tripled from 2008 to 2018.
Why
So
is he
whenever you
fucking
think
running
about
back
it,
and
it makes
forth?
sense.
Attack this guy. What is
Yeah,
going
it
on
really
here?
does make sense. Like once you put
Are you
everything in
serious?
perspective here, I've showed this graph before too. There's a lot of guys, and this is the thing, right? Is
I'm
there's
dead.
a lot of guys that they don't really do anything. They just sit
Yo,
around all day, and they
I don't know
can't get a
what the
girlfriend
hell's
because
going
they're
on, son. I'm
losers.
attacking him, but he's just looking at him,
I don't
running
know.
back and
I
forth.
can't think of anybody
Like,
like that
really?
offhand. Yeah, I can't think of a single one. Wow.
18 to 30 years old tripled from 2008 to 2018. And I can only imagine that it got much, much worse when the pandemic hit.
Yeah,
With
of course.
this has come the rise of the involuntary celibate movement, or incel for
Incel,
short.
yeah.
A group of men who are
Oh, this
convinced that
guy
they
fucking
cannot
came out.
and will not be able to form
This
a
guy came out
relationship with
swinging.
women ever due to all the problems brought upon by the modern dating.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's also like guys, they don't really have a girlfriend in like, you know, in middle school, and then you don't have a girlfriend in high school, and then it becomes like a thing because like you didn't do it, and so now you feel like you can't do it, but you
Fuck,
want
it's
to do
me
it, but you
messing up
can't
like
do it. So like
crazy, huh?
it turns into this
It's
like
just
weird
me.
paradox of like getting your first
I'm
job
dead.
or something like that, where you need to have experience.
Damn.
In order to get the job, you have to have
I gotta get
experience.
back
But you
into this
can't
shit.
get experience if you can't get the job. It's like one of these situations. And so you have a lot of guys that get put in that position for, you know, whatever reason. It could be 100 different reasons.
Alright. Magic
Much of these men's
prayer,
assumptions are
magic
based
prayer,
on
magic
fact.
prayer.
He's
Much
Special.
of it is
hold
men
up, hold up. I'll read something. He's acting like this is a self-diagnosed thing. No one calls himself an incel. It's mostly an online label used for slander. So, well, I mean, number one, you contradicted yourself because you can't say no one calls themselves an incel and then say it's mostly used. I don't think that's true. There are a lot of incel subreddits of
And
people
I'm
that
picking
talk
the
about
wrong
being incels, and
fucking
they say
thing.
that they are incels. Yes, this is not something that you would do if you had your real name attached to it, but I think that people often seek out these conversations in an anonymous setting.
Rejecting their trauma as a way to cope with the fact that they're fat, lazy, and socially awkward. Today, I want to explore
Sometimes,
that
yes.
question,
And
the ways in
now,
which dating and marriage
I
have
get
changed,
stuck.
and what young men struggling with loneliness can do to improve their current situation so
And
they
I
don't
clicked on
end
the
up
wrong
an incel.
fucking
Because
thing.
that is a very, very
Well, number one, you have to make more money. Number two, you have to get taller. And number three, did I mention making more money? Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah. So then, yeah, again.
and lonely path that you
Damn,
do not
clicking the
want to
fucking
tread.
wrong thing
More
first.
choices, more opportunity. First off, we need to deal with the elephant in the room: online dating. As I was doing research for this video, diving into the depths of internet forums, YouTube
Get 'em.
videos, and studies,
Oh, yeah.
I found a
Damn, this
common
shit take
theme
forever to
throughout
hit,
almost
son.
all of them. Most of the data collected had to do with dating apps like Tinder. Sadly, this is where a lot of researchers and incels seem to be basing their ideas off of. Before I was doing research, I thought that...
Well, I think it's also like a lot of guys, they want to date a hot girl, but the girls don't want to date them because they're like, they're ugly, right? It's like these
Shit.
guys, they want to date a girl that goes to the gym every day. Meanwhile, they've never been to Planet Fitness even. Like, this is just what happens. And I think that there's a lot of times where it's like, yeah, a guy can get a girlfriend, but the girl that he wants to date is like way more attractive or higher status, and he's not able to do that.
Yeah, this seems like a pretty good idea to see where dating is in the modern world.
Okay.
I feel like most of my friends in real life have at least tried online dating, but what I found shocked me.
Fuck,
The percentage
man.
of adults who use Tinder above the age of 18 in
Oh,
the
shit,
United
I'm in the
States
game.
by April 2020 was only 13%
It's not that
total.
much.
17% of men have used Tinder, and just 7% of women have used Tinder. Now,
I feel like
7%
yeah,
of
right.
women.
And I feel like if you add in all of the dating apps, right, you're talking about like Plenty of Fish. I don't even those are the only. That's the only two that I know. What are some? Bumble. Is that another one? Okay, Hinge, Match. Yeah, Match.com. Okay, Cupid.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck, I fucked up.
yeah, there you go. Farmers. Yeah, Christian Mingle. Farmers Only. Grinder. Yeah, you put all of these together, and you're probably going to be looking at like 40 to 50%. I'd say somewhere around there.
We're only
That was worse
602
than me.
respondents
Shit.
for this study, but let's just give them the benefit of the doubt and say it's closer to 20% total who have used Tinder.
Yeah, sure. I think it's probably more.
After the pandemic.
And especially like whenever you consider Tinder is effectively in this conversation interchangeable with any other dating app.
That means 80% of the dating market over the age of 18 has not even used Tinder once. 80%.
Thank you.
Not only that, but 80% of the people on dating apps like Tinder are men, and only 20% are women. It's complete.
Yeah, of course it is. Like,
Damn.
yeah, fucking obviously. Like, personally, I've never used Tinder before. I've never used any of these dating apps. I didn't really get into it. It's not my thing. If there, like back in the day, if there was a hot girl, I would just find her on Facebook. I would just message her like, "Hey, you're really hot. Do you want to start talking?" And that would be it. So it's not like I would just use social networking sites as dating apps. But it's not like I never did this. I just didn't get a dating app exclusively for this.
Completely skewed in women's favor, meaning they have endless options that they can choose from on these apps. When you take 20% of people on a dating app and you allow them to choose from a pool of 80% of people on that app,
no chance.
it's no wonder that pretty much only the above attractive guys are getting swiped on.
Exactly.
Women have endless choices on these apps, whereas men would be lucky getting even one match. And frankly, what I've heard from women and what I've seen on most of these dating apps from like my friends showing me or something, most men's dating profiles are not exactly optimized. When a woman...
No, they don't min-max it at all. Like, they have, like, a picture of, like, it's like them with, like, a Pops collar and a Bud Light or something like that.
And a Bud Light.
And it's like, the thing is, like, yeah, I love bitches. You know, I like fucking bitches. I got a fucking problem. And it's like this guy, and he's like 110 pounds, and he's 5'9", and he's wearing a 3XL t-shirt. Guess what? You're gonna have a hard time finding anybody. But if you go down to some of these like fucking these ratchet ass clubs downtown, I'm sure that guy could find a girlfriend. He's just...
Shit, it's a numbers game, man. You gotta go outside and see people. Just go outside and chill. The more it's a number, the more girls you see, the higher the chance.
Just looking in the wrong place.
Can only judge you based on your appearance and some lines in your bio, then the main determiner as to whether she's going to swipe or not is your looks. And the same is for us guys. So if you add most...
It's not the same for us guys. Any guy, so like, this is my assumption that if you are looking at dating profiles, obviously, first thing you look at, is she hot?
Is she hot?
Right, establish that. You look at, does she have any kids? And if the answer to those questions both is like, yes, she's hot, no, she doesn't have any kids, that's a yes. It's that simple.
Men being bad at taking photos of themselves onto the fact that women can get the cream of the crop guys, even if they're just average looking, then you can convince an average looking or above average looking guy that they're way uglier than they are because they aren't getting any matches. These apps completely distort who and what you actually are like in reality. When this happens,
I don't know, I'm still alive.
That's so fucking true, man. I'm gonna fucking hit you guys with a red pill. Man, there's some people that I meet them in real life, they don't look the same way they did on the internet. I'll tell you, that's a fact. Some of them, I didn't even recognize them.
Oh, shit.
I didn't even know who they were.
We see more and more men running to online communities to confirm their biases. The human brain naturally will look for things to confirm how it feels about reality.
What the fuck is that? I think it's
so
fireworks.
Get a guy who in real life is actually not too bad looking.
Yeah, definitely fireworks. Oh shit, he's trying to kill me. He's trying to kill me, dogs. Oh, I'm dead.
He just went through on a dating app, and he will...
I've been on these subreddits before. I've readed them.
You readed them
multiple times, and it sucks. I mean, the thing is, like, it's always funny to meme on it, but there are a lot of guys that are in like a bad position. You know, it just sucks. I mean, they feel like they have low self-esteem. I think.
I don't know how I'm still alive.
For guys, I would say is probably being short, because if you're short, there's nothing you can do about that. Right? Like, for me, I'm a skinny fucking guy. I'm a very skinny guy.
I don't know how I won that. Damn. Shit, that was straight luck.
I felt really self-conscious about this. If you go back and you watch a lot of my old videos, you'll see that I never even show my arms in my videos because I was self-conscious about it back then. I didn't like being very, very skinny. It hurt me a lot. I even used to
wear it hurt me a lot.
A shirt in the pool, right? And this would bother me quite a bit. But, you know, now that I'm older and all of the people that, you know, I felt were at a healthy weight then, well, now all of them are fat. And I'm not. So look who's winning now. Yeah, so I've got no problems with it now. I'm not complaining anymore. But the fact is that even back then, I could have just gone to the gym. I could have done something about that. If you're really skinny or you're really fat, Jeff was really fat, Cody was skinny, they both went to the gym, and they both worked out a lot, and then they have a much better physique. Both of them, right? Like, that's something that you can do. You can do that if you want to do that. You know, if you don't have a lot of money, you can fix that. But being short, bro, like you're fucked.
You're fucked.
Like you're just straight up fucked. It's crazy to me how
Nah, I think that's only if a girl doesn't like you for being short, that's that type of girl. But there's always a type of girl for you. I've seen plenty of girls that were hot as fuck that I thought were hot with guys. I'm like, what the hell are they doing with that? So it's definitely possible. It's just a numbers game, man. You gotta have the confidence, even if you don't really have it. Just fake it till you make it, man. All you gotta do is say hi. It's really that easy too. Eye contact. Eye contact is the number one key. If they look you in the eyes never lie, chico.
somehow it's less socially acceptable to make fun of a woman's weight than it is to make fun of a man's height.
See,
I
I
can't
am.
believe that.
I'm dead.
You know, maybe that's an incel take from me, but I always thought that was a little bit of bullshit.
Little bit of bullshit.
Think there's no hope.
How the fuck? Why don't you hit him? There it is.
That's the mindset that you're giving off to the world.
Yeah.
Then yeah, nobody's going to be attracted to you in real life. But we're going to be talking about the impact of the rise of mental health issues soon. We need to stop basing and correlating online dating statistics with real life. It's been shown that the majority of people are only on dating apps as a confidence booster anyways. It's a tool for validation, not for true intimacy and connection. Okay,
that's crazy. I feel like do guys?
This guy knows too much.
Like, bro, I never even heard of that before. Like, do people actually do that shit?
This guy knows too much.
Like, yeah, it both. Damn, that's nuts.
He knows too much. Kill him.
Yeah, to think like, oh yeah, I could maybe. I don't know. I never heard that before.
Most women can choose from
the
top percentile of men on these.
Oh, I don't know how I'm not dead.
Judge you based on your looks. Plus, they're only on there because they want a confidence booster and not because they actually want you. Then why the hell are we taking evidence and statistics from dating apps?
Well, it's also the opposite too, because like, have you ever been working at an office and there's only one girl there that's around your age, and
I'm dead.
Every other person there is like 47 with 3 kids. And so this girl is proportionally
I'm clicking on. I'm clicking all over.
She would naturally be in like an average environment.
Fuck.
Yes, the IRS exactly. Yeah, there was definitely one of those there. The IRS for me.
Even I fuck up my equipment.
Yeah, and so it works the opposite way too. It's like if there's only one girl there, well, I mean, shit. You know, I guess we're gonna have to simp for her now. Warehouse syndrome.
So seriously, in the first place, men, my advice to you, if you are an average or below average looking guy right now, just don't use dating apps at all. Honestly, you probably don't stand a chance. But here's the good news. The online
That's actually not true. I mean, like, again, I'm an ugly dude, okay? Like, I'm gonna be honest, I think I'm a fucking ugly dude. And if you just send a girl a message, like, you will automatically be above the bottom 20% of guys if you don't send your dick.
What the fuck?
Don't send a picture of your dick, and you're automatically over like 20 or 30% of guys. If you don't ask for nudes within like the first probably 10 minutes of talking, that's another 20%. So just get good at talking to people. That helps a lot. Yeah, confidence does big work. Yeah, it does.
Is not real life. That is a phrase you'll be hearing me say throughout this entire video, and the online world is completely screwing up your mental health. That is why I want to talk about something that I think so many of you could benefit from before you step your feet into the dating world again and you try to pursue something meaningful, which is therapy, and specifically online therapy with the sponsor of today's video.
Get the fuck out of here.
See, like, I can tell now, because the way that I can tell with YouTube videos is you look at the time. It's like at about the first third into the video, so like you've already got them on the hook. Like, people are interested in the video, because if you played the video this early, if you played the ad this early, shit, you know, people might click off of it because they're not as invested. But like, if you go into right here, that's whenever things are gonna get serious. Yeah, and it's like whenever they say, and you know what else is going to help you with X, Y, or Z thing, you fucking know it's about to be an ad.
My channel for a while, you've probably heard of BetterHelp before.
Yeah,
They will
sunken
assess
cost.
your needs
There you
and
go.
match you with your own licensed professional therapist. BetterHelp has already helped over 2 million people live
It's a
happier,
lot.
healthier.
Mindset problem. I don't. I think that if you are shorter than average, or even average height, because average height is not 6 feet tall. If you are shorter than average or just average height, if you don't have a great job, if you you're not a really good looking guy, I think you're going to have a really hard time.
You're gonna have
Yeah,
a
you're going to
really
have a
hard
fucking hard
time.
time. You got to have to work harder. That's it. Yeah, there's some reality in it, man. Now, obviously, a lot of people, it's the same thing as in video games, right? It's like, well, like we have a, let's say a Fury Warrior who's doing a lot of damage in our next raid. So, like, Fury Warriors are actually really good. But, like, if you actually go and you look at the statistics, Fury Warriors are really at the bottom of the meter. So, like, just because you have, like, one Fury Warrior that does really well doesn't necessarily mean that it disproves the rule.
Hold
Completely
on.
destroying the way reality actually is.
Oh,
And so if you
fuck
can really
do
open up
I?
to someone like a therapist and someone who can actually help you overcome this trauma and all of your bad mental health habits that you have and your low self-esteem, then you can start getting towards the path of being someone who naturally is confident and attractive. On BetterHelp, you can start communicating within 48 hours, and the service is available for clients worldwide. You can log into your account anytime and send a message
Have
to
any of
your
you guys ever
therapist,
tried
and you'll
this?
get timely and thoughtful responses. Plus, you can schedule weekly
Yeah, I've never
video
heard
or
of this.
phone
What the hell
sessions, so
do
you
I-
won't ever have to sit in an uncomfortable waiting room as with traditional therapy. And if you find you're not vibing with the therapist that you get matched with
know
initially,
someone who
it
has.
is free and easy to change
It was a
therapists
scam?
at
I heard
any
there was
time.
something
It's
weird
more
about it, but I don't know
affordable
if
than
it's true.
traditional offline therapy, and financial aid is available. So if you finally want to take charge of your mental health, escape this incel black pill mindset, and join the over 2 million people that are improving their relationship with themselves and others, then you can go to betterhelp.com/Cole. That is betterhelp.com/Cole. Then click the link in the description, and there's a special offer for listeners of my channel where you get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/Cole. Now,
Interesting.
along with the rise of dating apps has come a sharp decline in marriage rates. Why is this happening? Are women becoming more selective in real life and not just dating apps?
I think it's also because you can't make a living as easily now as you were able to back in the fucking 50s or the 60s. So it's like obviously marriage rates are going to go down because it's harder to settle down and make a living. People are saddled with insurmountable student aid debt. And, people like my parents, I think, got married whenever they're like 27 or 28 or something like that. I feel like, yeah, a lot of people's parents probably got married younger than maybe you did. I think there's a lot of reasons, economic and also social. I feel like that explains no kids, not marriage decrease. I feel like kids and marriage are kind of hand in hand with a lot of people.
Women becoming more promiscuous, only choosing the Chads and Tyrones as attractive men are commonly referred to.
True.
As an
I
incel,
said
I'm
Chads and
sorry,
Tyrones.
that's not
Yeah.
the entire story. What incels
Oh,
fail to
shit.
realize is that women now have more of an opportunity to not be forced to be in a relationship with
I
a man that
fucking
they
go.
don't want to be in a relationship with. Less than
That's definitely true, right? It's like if you had a kid with a guy because, it's harder to get contraception back in the day, you're going to have like a much bigger reason to stay with the guy. Whereas like now, whenever you can get birth control a lot easier, it's like you're not going to have to worry about it, right? You want to break up with them, it's not a big deal. It's not like you have any, there's no strings attached.
than 100 years ago, marriage was pretty much a necessity for women. They had less flexibility with the jobs that they could pursue, and the amount of things that they could do only if they were married is pretty astonishing. It's something
Yeah.
I first found out when I interviewed people on the street about modern dating.
When we were younger and dating, I mean, you had to get married if you wanted. You couldn't check into a hotel room unless you were married. You couldn't get a
What?
rent an
You
apartment.
couldn't check in the hotel room if you were
What?
married.
Kind of dictated that I couldn't get a job. My first
I couldn't get a job.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
He said I couldn't get a job.
Really a bad thing that
What the fuck, dude? That's so weird. Oh my god, shit was crazy? Yeah. What the fuck?
Women aren't forced to date and marry just anyone now. A lot of men like to use the statistic that 50% of marriages end up in divorce as an excuse to not even bother trying to find a partner. But divorce rates have been dropping steadily, probably due in part to the fact that women are no longer thinking to themselves, oh shit, if I don't get married at some point, I can't do anything. Guess I'll.
Yeah, it doesn't have to
Whoever
be
goes
like
down
a
first supports Pride Month.
fucking like I have to get married at 25.
Fuck that.
marry a dude who I don't even find that attractive, but it's worth it anyways. Like, are we seeing that as a bad thing? Now, I still think marriage is set up to be much more advantageous to women, but the reason I'm using that example is just to show how much more freedom that women have now.
Shit.
Oh
At
yeah,
least in-
100%. Like yeah, because like if it's back in the fucking 1800s or the 1900s, it's a lot harder to go and you know like go on your own as a woman. Like I'm not talking about like nowadays, right? Nowadays women have a lot of options. Obviously, like there's always going to be problems and setbacks, etc. But you know, in general, women have gotten a lot better than they did back then. And holy shit, it's a much different thing. Now, to me, I've always said that I think that marriage is best for the kids, and you know, I'm an advocate of marriage. One day, I hope to get married. If I ever have a girlfriend or something like that, and I want to take it more seriously, I would absolutely get married. It's not even a question to me.
Woo!
Now, I know that there are some people and some guys that are like, oh, well,
Ah,
you know, like
damn.
you're gonna get taken advantage of, etc. Now, I feel like there's a lot of girls. Like, here's the thing: is that like if you're a girl and you have a kid with a guy and then the guy leaves
Oh,
you, it
bandos.
is way fucking harder to get another boyfriend. It's way fucking harder, and you have like all of these fucking problems, right? With like you know, your boyfriend getting along with your kid and all this shit. Like a lot of guys, I mean, let's be honest, boys. How many of you guys, if you see a girl that has a kid, she's automatically off the menu? How many of you guys?
She's definitely automatic. She's automatically off the menu for being a girlfriend. But a lot of guys don't care. A lot of guys will still try to wife her. But someone like me, she's off the menu. But if she wants to do things, maybe.
Guys feel that way? Call them projects. Yeah, you're not going to play somebody else's saved game. Yeah, it's very, very common. Me. Right. Okay. So that's one of the reasons why they have marriage. Yep, that's one of the reasons. So I don't think it's as cut and dried as it's more advantageous for women than men. I do, however, think that probably in terms of child
That
custody, that
heat,
is true.
man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think, yeah, is it the same for single dads? I think it is much less the case for single dads because in a way, like most moms are more involved with their kids' lives, like single parents. Like you look at most average, there are way more single moms with a kid than single dads with a kid. But I do think that yes, of course, it would probably be the issue with anybody. Yeah, for sure. Not true. There are a lot hunting single. There are a lot of hurting single dads. Oh yeah, for sure. It's not.
Fuck.
There's never gonna be. This isn't a 100% situation. I just think it's a trend. That's all.
In that regard, they can now
It's okay
make
to have.
just
Oh
as
yeah, yo, real quick.
Oh, bitch.
It's totally fucking fine. If you
Dead.
don't want to date a girl that has a kid, that's fine. That's totally fine. Then don't do it. Yeah, then don't do it. Like that's it. Yeah, it's a preference. Yeah, you do it date whoever you want.
much money as men
don't
and
date
have
who
the
you
option
want.
Oh,
to
I
choose
don't know how
who
I'm
they
still
wanna
alive.
settle down and with whom. Perhaps
Yeah.
in this case, we can now
This
make
guy's
the
is getting
argument that women have the
unlucky.
ability to be more picky, but maybe they've always been like that, but they just never had the opportunity to use that. So now the men
Yeah.
who lack desirability
And I don't
altogether
think that's a bad
Oh.
thing. Like, saying, like women have the ability to be more
He
picky. I think
tried.
that's probably a good thing because it's agency. I think everybody should have
He
agency.
tried.
are being exposed because they can't just force women to marry them. And I don't
Yeah.
think it's at all
Yeah,
taken to
I
the
was thinking about this the other day, you know? Because, like, back in the day, people used to have, like, 6 wives.
6 wives.
What moron 3,000 years ago got rid of that? How did this happen? Like, what fucking idiot got rid of this?
Damn.
Where did this go away? Like, I mean, you think about this. Yes, it's like we used to have that, and now it's gone. How the fuck did this happen?
How the
Editing?
fuck did this happen?
People like incels think. For example, a common argument is that most women want a guy
Jesus.
that is 6 feet or over. If you're a guy below 6 feet, then don't even try. That's a common saying among communities like the incels and the black pillars. But if you really go past all the traumatized guys spamming that in the comment section,
I should watch this.
but if you
100 black pill beliefs in one video. Oh, that's a good
The
one.
hell
I
did
should
I go?
definitely watch that. That's a great idea.
really go past all the traumatized guys spamming that in the comment section, question what they are spamming, an ability that most people don't have the capability of doing, and look at real life. That is not the case at all. A study published by Rice University showed that 49% of women want to date a guy taller than them.
I love how guys act like this is women being fucking picky and it's not fair, but meanwhile they're like,
It's not
yeah, I
fair.
want to grow with a really big
Fat
boobs.
ass and big boob.
Yeah.
Skinny waist.
I think that's
Shit.
we've got to have that. Absolutely. Yeah, and they're like, yeah, but these fucking superficial hoes only want tall guys.
The average height for a woman is 5'4", and the average height of a male is 5'8". This means that as long as you're 5'5" and over, you still have a chance with the average women. And even if you are under 5'5", you still have 51% of the dating market that's willing to date you. You absolutely still stand a chance so long as you have what is considered to be desirable to most women in real life. And don't worry, I'll be going over why most men are not desirable these days and how you can be more desirable.
I think that whenever he goes that, it's going to be like a checklist of things that I do. You know, like it's going to be, basically I've told people that I've crafted my own infinity gauntlet of being an incel.
The fuck?
Never shower, play video games all day, live at mom's house. Let's see, what are the other ones? Balding. And, let's see, is there another one? Doesn't wash hands? Yeah, bad teeth? It's a minor thing. Yeah, I'll have to think of one more. Yeah, I'm sure I can think of one. Yeah, I'm not social. Completely antisocial. Yes, I have the Infinity Gauntlet. The Exodia.
At the end of the video. Unrealistic expectations and the change in social values.
Yes.
Can we all agree that the pandemic a lot of things up? Loneliness and mental health issues skyrocketed.
That's crazy, man. Like, I had no problem. My life did not change at all during the pandemic. Nothing changed at all. Like, I was fine.
Could not interact with each other in real life anymore for the past couple of years, and till this day, many people still haven't fully recovered from what used to be much more extreme, and they rarely go outside. This trend was already starting to become more prominent, but the pandemic just sped it up tenfold.
Yeah, it did.
No longer are teenagers interacting occasionally through AOL Instant Messenger and having to get their fix of actual social connection through real life. My generation was probably the last one where we at least had a childhood and some teenage years.
And I think there's also, like, the reality where, have you ever talked to a girl online and then you met her in real life and she was, like, really fucking annoying?
She was really fucking annoying.
It's not worth it. Yeah, it's like, this is like, I thought this was going to be a great idea. Like, this is really fucking annoying. Like, I don't want to deal with it. And I think, like, if you have a few of those circumstances, I think it'll cause guys to lower their standards a bit, because maybe the standards are holding them back. Yeah, my wife. That's great, man. I'm happy for you.
Without a smartphone. But now, the virtual world makes the real world go round. So what happens when you take the majority of kids growing up and give them unlimited access to a device where every app is designed to keep you on it for as long as possible, that highlight drama, negativity, what's wrong with dating, men getting cheated on, women getting cheated on, tweets about really bad relationships? It
Yep.
starts to give everyone, both men and women, completely unrealistic expectations. You get a
Shit
whole
though.
generation of people spending half of their waking
Whoa.
hours in a reality that does not at all reflect how things actually are. Not
Yeah.
only that, but it's so easy to feel like you're getting some form of connection by interacting with people online or watching videos of others, or to use it as a distraction from working on a version of you that is unmotivated, unappealing, and unconfident. It's something that I explained in detail
Love
in my
is
video,
dead.
The Love Shortage. For men, there's a couple key problems. First, there's dirty websites. Having access to this type
Dirty
of content at such a
websites.
young age will absolutely shape the way most men view women and how they think
Oh, that's definitely true, right? I mean, I'm gonna.
women like being treated. On a sub
Yeah, I had to change that. It's an uncomfortable thing to look at. But like, just in general, yeah, absolutely. It's like you fucking grow up and you know you spend all your time on these weird fucking websites. Then by the time that you're 25, the only things that you're sexually attracted to are animals that don't exist.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's a fucking problem. That's absolutely a fucking problem,
I
man.
think you got a serious problem if you're trying to do
at
shit
some
like
level, your
that.
brain is going to be focused on all the wrong things, and you'll never be able to go beyond superficiality. You'll just be thinking of creepy ways that you can get her to do stuff with you. But the even bigger problem is what happens when men get rejected a
Yo,
couple times. If they haven't been taught at a young age how
I'm
to
just
approach
straight
women, be
getting
more confident, and
bad
handle rejection,
RNG.
which is the situation that most men find themselves in, then they will hate themselves and others. And when this happens, they will start to think that they're just destined to never find a girl who likes them.
Oh,
All
for
of
sure.
us guys know the
Fuck.
complete destruction of self-esteem that a girl's rejection can have on us if
Oh,
we're still stuck in that mental stage of basing our worth based on whether that girl approves of us or not. In some cases, men can get completely traumatized if their situation is bad enough. So naturally, these guys go to the internet for advice or for some sort of confirmation.
Right, and the thing is, if you go to the internet like that, yes, that happened to me. I was very upset about it, and it's denied 115 times. Well, it was a long time. It's a numbers game. Yeah, it was. It was awful, man. Simply stop caring. Well, the way that I kind of got over that is, it's instead of just trying to talk to one of them, you'll talk to like 5 or 10 at a time. And then based off of that, you know, whichever one is going better, you just focus on that one instead. Like that's what, you know, again, I get me and Cody to come back and Cody to come over at some time and we'll talk about, what it used to be, because that's what it was. Like, I mean, obviously, like, I'm not saying I do that shit now or anything, but I'm saying like when I was like 20 or 21, like 22, 19, absolutely. Fucking absolutely without a question. Not anymore? Nah, I can't. Bro, I can't. Like, you think I could fucking go and like DM like 20 girls like, "Oh, hey, you're really hot?" No, they're going to post that shit on Twitter. I'm going to look like an asshole. I can't do it. Remember, like, who was that guy that
Ooh,
always got that
damn.
body of
That
his
was a
is
Rambo
insane?
fucking
I don't
special.
want to have that happen to me. Yeah, that's not gonna fucking happen. No way.
Really?
Adam
That's all
Levine,
they
yeah.
gave me was some
That
bullshit?
guy looked like a fucking fool, man. No shot. I'm gonna put myself in that position.
Because they are in a state of mind that is looking for reasons as to why it's
Come on.
not their fault they got rejected.
Come on.
Because they lack the
Let's
ability
get
to
it.
take responsibility, which is a trait that turns off a lot of women anyways. They eventually find themselves on these forums or videos that talk about how men are screwed if they don't have a ton of money, six-pack abs, and they're
By the way, women have these same fucking groups and these same support groups, by the way. Well, I don't want people to think that like this is some kind of
Damn.
male trait. Women do this same shit. Men are trash.
And on all of these videos, the majority of the people in the comments
I don't know how I
completely
didn't die
agree with
right
what
there.
the person is saying.
Oh, absolutely.
And of course they do, because they don't want to take accountability for the fact
It's
that
over.
they are
No, it's not just because that. It's because the guys
Shit.
on the fucking internet. It's like whenever I was dating Izzy, I didn't
Fuck.
have a lot of time to be on the internet commenting, because it's like whenever you have a girlfriend, especially with Izzy, it's like you had to do, it's like 20 extra daily quests every single day.
20
Right?
daily.
It's like we had to go out and we had to. Oh, it's
Oh,
Sunday.
shit.
We had to go out and buy candles.
Oh, we gotta buy
All right.
candles.
And
It's
so
candle
then
day.
after you buy the candles, it's like, well, there's this nice
We gotta go
restaurant
to
full of a bunch of
Target.
food you don't want. Well, we're going there, and I'm bringing my friends. Oh, great. And you're paying for. Oh, great. This
And you
looks like
pay
what a
for
wonderful
it.
time. And then you get home. Oh, well, you never watched anything with me. All right. Well, now we've got to watch a show together. And before you know it, and then I want to get on the game. She's like, well, I'm going to go to bed, so you've got to come to bed. Okay, all right. So I never would have had any time to
Oh
comment
shit.
and complain. I wouldn't have any time. Like, what? Yeah, there's nothing. There's when would I ever get onto the internet to watch one of these videos? Yeah, yeah, it's so many dailies.
They don't take care of themselves and they're socially awkward and have no game. This creates these pill bubbles, as I like to call them, where
Ah.
people can't see a real objective approach to reality and dating outside
Well,
of
I think that the problem with the black pill and the red pill
Holy
stuff is that
shit.
some of it is true. Right? It is fucking true. If you're ugly and you're short, you're going to have a harder time. It's a fact. Like, that's it.
Fuck out of
And
here.
I think it's just it's not contextual. Sometimes it's not contextualized around the fact that like sometimes you can overcome these things too.
whatever pill content they're taking, whether that's black or red pill.
Fuck.
It's a bunch of guys coming together, all projecting their trauma and
Woo.
playing the victim
Oh,
because
wrong
they got
button.
rejected a few times.
Dang,
or
I gotta get my
women cheat on
freaking
them,
clicks
whatever.
Oh, yeah.
and
But
my
with that being said, I know that I'm gonna get attacked.
fingers.
There are some things that these pill people, whatever, say that are in fact true. But when you
It's what I
completely
said.
subscribe to that ideal,
We're
and you
getting
think,
there.
this is the only way.
Slowly
that
but
reality
surely.
is, then
You're on
that's
the
when reality
rise.
starts to get skewed,
Yeah.
and you get to a very doom and gloom mindset if you take it too seriously, and you're just so invested in these online things and what everybody is saying in the comments, like,
Yeah.
yes, dude, yes, that's how it is, that's how it is. Like, go.
It's just, bro, what? This guy's delusional. There's actual statistics he's ignoring. Are you a person or are you a statistic? There are a lot of statistics that you, by the nature of the fact that you exist, you have already overcome. He's right, and that's what I was saying, is that it is true.
Go outside. If you consume enough of this content, it'll start to shape your worldview.
Think he
and
killed
you'll give up hope. Bro, look at this graph this random YouTuber made that said my jawline isn't perfectly aligned so that I can get girls. Bro, look
Oh,
at
he's
all
still
these guys in
alive.
these comments that I don't realize are basement dwellers with zero experience. This content is not real life. But if you believe in it enough, then
Uh-oh.
you'll approach every potential situation in
Girlfriend
real life.
calling. Let's see what she wants. Hey, what's up, babe? Streaming.
You haven't texted me in like hours.
Cause I just started streaming, baby.
You could have told me that instead of,
Oh, sorry, baby.
okay, night.
I'm sorry, don't do that.
No,
What are you doing?
it doesn't matter.
Watching TV?
Maybe
Where are you sitting at?
on my bed. Why are you asking so many questions?
Oh.
It's not like you care.
Oh, really now? Are you ready for
Really
tomorrow?
though.
Alright, babe, I'll text you, I'll call you when I'm done.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. You're
Bye.
really into that show, huh?
Nothing's on.
Mm. There's a whole bunch of shows that I seen, but I'm waiting to watch.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, baby.
Alright, bye.
But it's true. He's trying to kick me off the game already. Not even here. Yeah. Oh shit.
people with the mindset of what's the point of even doing this anyway?
By the way, I think that accelerationism will lead to it becoming more like real life and more superficial ideals and things that are artificial will become more valuable. And these extremes and these types of, if you don't have X, Y, and Z, you're a nobody. I think these are going to become more and more common and way more prevalent because online life is merging with real life. I think that saying online life is different from real life today is a much more gray statement than it was 10 years ago. And 10 years before that, it's a much less gray statement as well.
She's not gonna like me. I'm so
So
ugly.
what the
Everything sucks.
fuck
And
just
that is
happened
completely
here? That's what I
unattractive.
want
And
to
of
know.
course she's gonna reject you then, and then the cycle's gonna go on and on. Of course, we should take responsibility for our trauma and where we're at as men.
Oh, yeah.
But I do think for a
Saying this
subset
guy's
of women,
fucking
their
stacked.
expectations of what they think they deserve has
That's
also
bullshit.
gone completely haywire. Now that
we've always seen these. We've seen these, the pictures of the single moms that want a guy that makes over $240,000 a year, and she has like 3 different kids with guys. Somehow
Yeah.
that happened. Yeah, it of course. Yeah, there's gonna be delusional women too. Yeah.
it is easier than ever for women to get validation from hundreds, if not thousands of guys simply just by having a social media presence. They will only want the best of the best, and they think they deserve that. And here's the thing about even below average looking women. They'll get the attention because guys who have been brought up by
Don't give a
their
damn. They're just trying to
parents,
smash and
controlled
be
by
out.
what's in their heads, and haven't had a father figure to tell them how to actually interact with women, will simp over any woman if it means they'll even get a lick of attention back from them. We blame women.
Apparently, this guy, this guy goes on Twitter and YouTube and Twitch a lot. Yeah.
For having unrealistic expectations, but the reason they have unrealistic expectations in the first place is because of us men. With that being said, here's what is extremely important to understand. The women with unrealistic expectations. Here's what is extremely important to understand. The women
he moved up, and I thought he put a chain on in between the different cuts. It freaked me out.
With unrealistic expectations due to social media attention are probably strongly overlapping with the women who can pick the cream of the crop on dating apps like Tinder, which is most likely a very small subset of women. But this is what I was talking about. All the data, all the stories on modern dating and women, they're based on a minority group. A group of women who you shouldn't even be focused on pursuing anyways, who won't go beyond superficiality and develop a deep connection with you, who won't support you,
Develop
and who are
a
in
deep
fact
connection
deluded
with
and
you.
just want a guy with a ton of money who's super attractive.
You
and
think
in
you
the
want a
top
deep connection
1%
until you
of
get
men.
it.
These
It's always
are
what
the
you think
women
you want
that
until
are
you actually
highlighted
get
in
it.
red and
And it's
black
like, what
pill
the fuck am I
videos
doing?
because they confirm broken men's biases and they make for good controversial content.
Oh, absolutely.
Would you guys ever date a guy shorter than you?
Oh, absolutely not.
The light at the end of the tunnel. Everywhere I go, when I look around,
She's like, absolutely not.
I am astonished
Until she
at
sees the
how
guy.
many
It's like, oh my
average,
gosh.
below average-looking men have girlfriends. The typical 3s and 4s that don't stand a chance, according to black pill YouTubers, are having tons of success with finding a partner and getting laid.
Fuck.
At all match up.
Damn it.
No, that's definitely fucking true. It always surprises me too.
Being told to men on the internet.
See, whenever I saw that, I thought to myself, wow, so it is my personality. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, all right, yep, 100%. It's not just how I look, it's also because I'm an asshole. Damn. I'm getting hit coming both ways here. Shit.
Plenty of my friends in real life who don't have that great of a job, who don't have a good physique, and aren't necessarily that good looking, have girlfriends. You know why? Because the women that are highlighted and complained about on the internet represent a small subset of women in real life. And even if it is true that women can be more independent and more selective, the pool of which they now select from has a greater chance of you getting picked, so long as you can heal. What all of this doom and gloom and artificial love has created is much less competition with the
I
men
gotta get
who
my
are actually taking
fingers.
care of themselves.
That's what I said before, is like if you actually, if a girl mentions to you that she's interested in something and you don't say, like let's say let's say a girl mentions that she likes certain video game and you don't automatically quiz her and contest her on being a fake fan of that game, you've already beaten 10%. If you don't send her a picture of your dick, you've already beaten 20%. If you don't call her a hoe, you've already beaten
Oh,
15%. If you don't bring up Andrew Tate in the first date, you've already beaten 5%. You know, if you don't talk about your
damn,
political
bitch.
views and
For
like
me,
how
I'd
you
be
think
fucking
women are
losing my
hoes
damn self.
nowadays, that's another 10%, right? So it's like I learned this whenever I would take algebra tests. Because obviously, like, I mean, I didn't do anything in the class. We would bang on the wall, and then other people on the other side would bang on the same wall, and we'd do like, you know, we do that, and then they do that, and then we do, and then they do that, and you know,
The
like that's what we
hell?
would do in algebra. Like we never fucking gave a shit about the class. And so anyway, I had to break down and look at like what do I have to know. Like I write my name on the page, that's 5 points. I turn it in on time, that's 10. You know, I show my work, that's 3 points. So then I do things that I have no idea about, but I show my work, so I get 3 points on each one. And you build up that 71 in an aggregate. But you actually have no fucking idea how to do anything. But you just get the 71. You're not trying to learn
But
how
you
to
just get
enjoy
the
it. You're trying to get
71.
71 on the test. Two different things.
Actually going out and talking to women in real life. Most men these days have low testosterone, they don't take care of their bodies, and they're depressed. If you can heal whatever social or relationship trauma you went through in the past, have an optimistic attitude, start putting yourself out there more and gain more social experience, genuinely take care of yourself, and have goals and ambitions, you will be miles ahead of the majority of modern men.
And don't
you
send them a
18,
picture of your
19,
dick.
20 years old, ready to give up on women entirely. Do
Yep.
you know how ridiculous that sounds? You don't even know who you are yet. You don't even have a personality yet. You've been rejected like 3 times. You've never had a girlfriend.
No, like there's plenty of people that have been rejected like 40, 50 times by that point. Let's be honest.
Or maybe you've just had one and it ended really badly, and now your worldview is completely skewed and you're just a doomer. Of course,
Yeah.
most women aren't going to be very attracted to you. If your mental health is in ruins, start there. Stop spending all your time analyzing black pill graphs and what your sexual market value is, and start spending time figuring out the root of your low self-esteem and social anxiety. Watch videos that uplift you and help you to gain a better understanding of yourself. Realize that you have way more potential and power than you think if you can start to develop the right mindset towards life. And then clean yourself up. Take care of your skin. Go to the gym. Get a good haircut. Dress fashionably. Socialize with people.
This is getting to be a bit personal.
Yeah, but he can range me, but I can't range him. Get the
Yeah, this is a bit. I don't know about this video, guys. Yeah, I don't know about it. I think this is a bullshit video. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what this is. Yeah, what the fuck?
Keep flexing that social muscle so you can start to get more comfortable in social situations and have more confidence when you're there. Put the damn phone down and look around you. See how many average and below average looking guys are still pulling girls because they have high self-esteem, they have game, and they
I'm
lean
dead.
into what they like and the interests that they're pursuing. And for the love of God, please get rejected more often. Rejection is the greatest thing that can happen to you. If you can reflect on rejection properly and see what you did wrong, then eventually you will become completely indifferent towards it. And when you're going to a situation or a potential date
that's
with a
probably
girl
true.
with the mindset of, I don't really give a shit how this goes, that is attractive and you'll have a higher success.
Oh, I definitely think that's true. Like, to be detached from the outcome of things gives you control over them. I think that's in general true. Like, generally, whenever I play a game, whenever I'm doing anything, if I don't care about what happens, I play better.
Oh,
The
that's
more
what
you
I'm doing.
care, the more you lose.
I just gotta not give
For
a
me.
fuck.
Of her being attracted to you. And if, after all of that, you still get rejected 30 times in a row, then that's the point where you need to start thinking about changing the way you carry yourself. Realize that women are not these mysterious creatures. They're just a human being with the same insecurities and wants as you. Oh, Cole, I have passions in what I'm interested in, but nobody my age
How the
likes
hell
me.
I didn't click that?
Bullshit. You're just not looking in the right places.
Yeah, there's plenty of girls that like stupid shit. Like I always get surprised about this. Like, yeah, there's plenty of girls like stupid fucking games and like getting involved in these dumbass fucking things. Like I remember I watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and I was like, man, this is a show about men, by men, for men. This is all about men. This is absolute complete testosterone. There's no fucking women that would ever watch this show. And then I find out that there's a bunch of girls that love JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And I'm thinking to myself, wait, what? The fuck do you mean? Like, what?
Never even seen that show before.
Yeah, what is this? It didn't make any sense to me at first. So many girls like JoJo, yeah. I was like, what the hell?
People you can find for anything that you're interested in, and simultaneously that'll be like the best place for you to meet a girl that you have a better chance of matching with. Oh, but nobody my age goes out or even talks to each other in person anymore. Okay, well then find the right people. Those people are in abundance if you look in real life. Oh, Cole, nowadays women are just stop. You're looking for women in the wrong places.
True.
Dating apps
Whatever
are
you're gonna
not
say.
where you'll find the
True.
women that you want. If you don't like going out,
Yeah, you gotta stop stereotyping, because there's girls all over, all different kinds.
going to a bar is probably not where you're going to find a woman that you want. And if you have a shitty mindset towards life and yourself and you hang around with people like that, then you're going to attract women like that too. Finding events of things you're interested in, taking care of yourself and not being awkward, not needing a woman to make you happy in the first place, having a growth mindset, and getting
I think that part's pretty important, right? Is like if you have
Kill him.
if you feel like you need somebody
AGS.
else to make you happy and you can't be happy without somebody else,
You got
I
a
think
serious
that's a big
problem.
Rejected over and over will eventually lead you to find a woman that you can connect with. You are way more attractive than you think if you can just escape this mindset cycle of hatred and doom. Stop making excuses, stop playing the victim, do what you can with the genetics that you've been given with, and you can do a whole lot more than you think. I promise you that. And improve your body language and communication skills.
I can't read.
Because this is not
I can't wait to read the comments on this one.
real life. Thank you to all my patrons on Patreon. If you don't know what this is,
Oh, I
it's a
can't wait to
platform
read
separate
these
from
comments.
YouTube where I'm
Here
putting
we
out
go.
exclusive
Here we go.
You can talk to me one-on-one over the phone on there. If you want to check that out, link in the description, patreon.com/Cole Hastings. Leave your comments below. I'm very open-minded, and I'm interested to see what people think of
5,000
my mindset
comments
towards
on this
everything
one.
that's going on with the modern dating market. And that is it for this video. I hope it helped you. I hope it inspired you, and hope it made you feel a little bit better about yourself. That's it. I love you guys. Peace.
Yeah, I think that was a good video.
When I was 10 years
I do. I think that was pretty well done, pretty open-minded. Yeah, I don't know. You guys think that was like decent enough advice overall? Yeah, there you go. 285K, 5K comments is nothing. No, I think 5K is a lot. As somebody who I do YouTube videos, I would say that it is a good amount. Yeah, I thought it was a good video. It was pretty well put together. I think especially like not needing somebody else to make you happy is super important. I refuse to buy into the concept my self-worth as a man is based on how much sex I'm having. Yeah, I think that's definitely a negative thing, but a lot of guys get into that too. Man really said the online world's not the real world. Needs to get offline to the real world. And best way to do that is therapy, online therapy. That is pretty fucking funny. And also, I think that online life is much more like real life now than it was maybe 10 years ago. I think nowadays,
I was even looking at my health.
like,
Damn.
being online, like, online
No.
is like a separate place,
Damn, there's
and
so
now
much
it's
freaking
like an additional place. Where it's like you were a different
things you
person
gotta worry
online,
about.
whereas like now most people
Shit.
are who they are in real life online, but they're just a little bit different.
So
I
many
think so.
scenarios.
I think that will continue to be the case.
Alright, let's see what's popping. I'm dead. Really? Oh, yeah. I miss, but this guy just hits me non-stop like a fucking bull. Kill him! Oh, ya bomba. Ya bomba. I missed. Fuck. I don't know where I'm at. Damn, son. I hate that. I just fucked myself up on that one. Yeah, I'm dead. Fuck, son. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I have it in my mind, but I'm not even at the page to even do anything. Shit. Ah. All right. I need to come up with a new strategy here. Keep on dying. I think the hardest thing for me is the fucking keys, the F keys. It's like the hardest thing. It's too far. I fucking hate that. What the fuck? Wow. Good shit. Damn. The Trinity Outpost. There's a knot. Is brutally alive. Just watch that video. Without the music, bitch.
Brutally annihilating men's health. Uh-oh.
Jeffrey hasn't received a notification
Uh-oh.
just yet, but he goes back onto Tinder just to double check. Wait, what? Where did she go? No, she wouldn't have unmatched me. No, she wouldn't have. It's too late. Jeffrey's left with just 3 matches. Jeffrey starts swiping again,
what was
hoping
that?
to meet her.
Hold up.
Right. Too late. Jeffrey's left with
Tories swipe left, looking to settle down, proud mother of 2, men are pics. Oh my
just
god.
3 matches. Jeffrey starts swiping again, hoping to meet her. Right. right,
Mhm.
right, right, 0 matches. He looks in the mirror and objectively, Jeffrey is actually not an ugly man, but he's starting to feel that way. And because he feels that way, it starts to become a reality. This is the brutal truth of Tinder. Adonis. Adonis uses Tinder just like Asians do to pay their
Adonis.
taxes. He doesn't. But let's see him try. One of Adonis's tribe members passes him a smartphone. Adonis chooses out his best pictures and starts swiping. Match after match after match. But what's interesting
Of
is that
course.
Adonis doesn't really seem happy about this. He's confused and wonders why anyone would degrade themselves to this level. To be judged purely on a couple of their pictures. As if they don't bring anything else to the table.
Well, that's because
Oh
most people
fuck,
don't.
I'm fucking up.
Number one, like most people go on Tinder to have sex. They don't give a fuck what your 10-year plan is. Like they don't give a fuck about this. It's very simple. They want to hook up and that's it. And there are people, it's like there are other websites for this, there are other places for this. I think that it's kind of a mistake. Like people that go on Tinder and they're picking out girls based off if they're hot or not. It's like, yeah, sometimes that's what's going to happen. Yeah, it's shallow, meet up and fuck. It's in the story. Yeah, I mean, like, and that's not a bad thing. Like, people can do what they want. Like, I don't give a fuck. But what I'm saying is that you have to, like, see things for what they are.
This is how humans date. Adonis is not.
Tinder's not made for average dudes.
Get the
Let me give you a reality check.
damn. That was
Think
nasty.
about it like this. One dude can fuck 50 girls and have 50 kids.
And still can
One
get more
girl
girls.
cannot fuck 50 dudes and have 50 dudes have 50 kids. This is just the fucking. This is the facts. This is just this. That's how shit works. That's how it is. Really, yeah. That's what it is. And so that's why it's like if you're a top 5% guy in terms of appearance, likability, relatability, money, anything, right? Like just anything that girls are gonna find attractive, you're gonna get way more than a guy that's lower will get, proportionally.
Yeah, why don't you freeze them? How
That's
about
just
that?
because that's the way our biology is set up. Straight up, it's the way our biology is designed on a DNA level. It's like complaining almost against like gravity. Bro, I didn't do this, you didn't do this, nobody did this, it just is.
Impressed. How exactly is Tinder fucking up the mental health of our generation? It starts with a lack of consequences of displaying your.
The thing is, like,
Oh, damn, I fucked up.
And it's all logical
That was
and
my
common
bad.
sense.
I
I
didn't
think
hit the
people
damn.
spend so much time in their feelings and talking to themselves in their own fucking head that they forget what's going on in reality. They're like, oh, why does this not make, this isn't fair, it's not fair, it's not fair. Think about biology. Remember the class you got a 71 in?
71.
Attraction, your interest in someone. Because previously, let's say 20 years ago, if you were an adult then, if you were a man then, you would have met a woman by your social circle, or at least in your community. You would have seen her, been attracted to her, walked over to her, and flirted, displayed your interest.
And
You would
flirted.
have done that knowing that people around you may have been looking. And so you would have really restrained your interest up until you really found a girl that you were attracted to because of that level of social judgment around, oh, look, Jeffrey's going to approach that girl right now. But with
That's not entirely true.
Fuck, I'm missing like
My
crazy.
dad told
Click
me
on
that.
them.
This, like,
Damn, I
his
could have killed the
dad,
problem, but I'm not even
like,
clicking on them.
stepdad or whatever.
Shit.
What he would do, and this is like in the 60s or 70s, is he would just go up to women at the end of the night at the bar and be like, listen, do you want to fuck or not? Let's go. Come on.
Do you want to fuck or
Take
not?
your dad back to my house. And the chances of it happening were very low.
I've never done that bullshit.
However,
which I
it would
have
happen.
plenty
You
of
just have to do
guys
it enough times. And so
have
this is
done it.
nothing
Friends have done
that
it,
is
but
very, very
nah,
new.
I'm not that type.
Okay, was you
Oh,
right?
bash
Yeah,
staff.
it's like
Let's
swiping
get it.
right. Yeah, it's a numbers game. It's a numbers game, and I was talking to my dad about it because it's like I told him it's like me and Cody used to do the same shit online, just send girls messages, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste,
Copy
right?
paste.
over and over. And he's like, like, yeah, because it's like
Oh
you play
shit.
the numbers game, and this is nothing that's new. What I'm saying is like this
I
actually
don't know
is
what
not
I'm
new
doing.
at all. And King of the Hill, Boomhauer method, yeah. I mean,
Boomhauer method.
it's like he wouldn't do it if it didn't work. So I don't think it's as new as people believe. But let's be honest, it probably like you weren't really supposed to do that. Even back then, like you're not really supposed to do that. But like I'll tell you, like I've seen girls' DMs before. If you do not include a picture of your dick in your first message, you are automatically better than probably 10 or 20% of guys. Just by not including a picture of your dick. Just that. That's it. That's it. Just do that. You're fine. It's like writing your name on the paper. Like I remember people do that. No, yeah, they do. Like I remember thinking this is in
Fuck.
like algebra 2, and I'm gonna bring this around. It's gonna make sense. So in algebra 2, I mean, bro, we used to do like this thing where we'd bang on the wall, and then the people on the other side of the fucking on the other side they bang on the wall back. So we do like bang bang bang, they do bang bang bang, and we go back and forth. So like we didn't know anything about algebra basically, like cause fuck that shit. And so the final was coming up, and I was like, man, how am I gonna be able to get this? How am I gonna be able to pass this class? I might not graduate. So what I did is I looked at how much points each thing takes. And so I looked at like, I'm going to get 10 points because I was there on time. I'm going to get 5 points for putting my name on the page. I'm going to at least get partial
Why
credit
is he
because I put
running
my
all the way
work
over
on
here?
there. And so like in the aggregate, right? I didn't try to pass the test. I tried to win the game. So I got like an 81 and I didn't know anything, but I knew what it was being graded for. And so it's you like, and I passed. So you don't necessarily have to be perfect. All you have to do is know what matters and do that. And do enough of those things to where you can have a positive outcome regularly. You see kind of what I'm coming, you see where I'm coming from? You see where I'm, yeah.
Is he gonna go, bro?
Get the math, follow the math. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Fuck that shit. So
What the
think
hell
about
was
it like
killing
this.
this guy?
Whenever you're messaging girls and shit,
This
that's
guy
my
was just
best advice.
fighting the wind.
Online dating, specifically
Think
Tinder,
about
or
how many
even
things you can do to
Instagram,
put
no one
yourself
really
ahead of
needs
other
to
people.
see your approach, and so men's standards go down and down and down because you may as well just fucking right swipe every single girl. It's more efficient, honestly. It is more efficient. I'd say 90% of men follow the strategy of swipe right on everyone and unmatch or filter out the
Oh
I don't know if I should say
shit.
this.
It's
Unmatch
straight.
and filter out the kinds of women that you are not interested in, and we won't be insulting towards them.
What a
Oh,
generous, nice guy.
nice.
What? Wow. Yeah. I'm sure that's what he meant to say.
But maybe you can guess what that group would be for yourself. If this was a singular approach in a man that was encapsulated in a vacuum, so
What a
it was
gentleman.
completely by itself,
What
one
a
man was
gentleman.
doing this approach of swiping right on every girl, it would
Yeah.
work quite well. But the majority of men are doing it. The majority of men are right swiping and showing interest into girls.
Maybe I should have never told people that strat. Maybe I should like that's a so like basically it's like you give out like it's like yeah it's like the world first race, right? I mean you don't want to have other people figure out your strats. Yeah, you didn't invent it. No, you're right. Yeah, it's what I said. That's the first thing, right? But like that's the first thing I thought. It's like yeah, I just played the numbers.
They normally wouldn't in like public at daytime to approach in person, which now means that on the other hand, women are receiving an overwhelming amount
Yo,
of
by the way, like, where did he get like? If that's a blanket, it is what it is. But like, if that's actually
Ooh,
like a hoodie, I
clothes.
want that hoodie. I will buy that. That looks so comfy. Holy shit, that looks comfy. It's a bathrobe. Well, I can't wear. Actually, maybe I could wear that around in public. I mean, at this point.
tension of likes, of DMs from guys. What's very, very interesting is that these women are receiving that attention from guys who normally wouldn't, like, I know this sounds horrible, who normally wouldn't want to be seen with them in the daytime because it's kind of
In the daytime.
for, let's say, with this autistic
Damn.
rating scale, rating people out of 10, but like
Yeah.
an 8 out of 10 guy, it's not unheard of that he would message and try to just hook up with a 5 out of 10 girl. What really should happen is that a 5 out of 10 guy should message the 5 out of 10 girl, and both of these people are essentially perfect for each other. whatever. But because of these platforms reducing the consequences of a man
Ah,
showing
I'm
interest
dead.
to a woman who he normally wouldn't want to be with, an 8 can message a 5. And this is where the real problem begins. Because this 5 out of 10 girl, and I know it sounds stupid as fuck saying,
Nah, that's not it. I mean, yeah, I don't think that's the case. Yeah, I don't think so. I can't be seen with this lower tier looking person. So like, it's actually crazy to me. Like, people think like this. People legit fucking think like this. And like
Yeah.
a good bit of advice is like anytime some popular hot streamer girl has a
Wow.
boyfriend and he's not a streamer, listen to what people say about the boyfriend. This happens all the time. Yeah, it happens all the fucking time. Personality is always first. Yeah, so you probably don't use Tinder.
and out of 10, like, I've always hated this like rating metric shit. But for the purposes of explanation, pretty much everyone can understand what I'm really getting at here.
Yeah.
This 5 out of 10 girl is now getting messages from guys who are 5s, even some guys who are 4s, but also from guys who are 6s, 7s, 8s, maybe a couple of 9s. Who is she gonna pick? So she's gonna see a message from a guy who's an 8 and like think, oh shit, like he's really
Like
hot.
he really
Oh,
likes
he's got
me.
game, and like, oh, he
Oh.
wants to meet me. Okay.
All he wants to do is
Sweet,
fucking and
sweet,
be
beautiful.
out
And it's gonna be
and see
somewhat
how good the
ingrained in her
pussy is.
personality. This is the level of man that I attract. And now this girl almost thinks that she's on this level. She can't, like, she's not bad for thinking this. We can't really blame her for this. And now she will.
I think this is the same shit with guys too, right? Like I don't like. I get what he's saying, right? But you got to keep in mind, like, guys do this too. It's like there's some guy, and he doesn't shower. He lives at his mom's house. He doesn't brush his teeth. He plays video games all day, and he never leaves the house, right? And you can't expect to find a bunch of girls. You can't expect to find like some super fucking hot girl that's gonna be down with that. So I think that it creates unrealistic expectations. Me? Well, I mean, look, like, hey, I mean, look, it is.
Never
Look,
say
it is
never.
what it is.
Not accept anything
Mm.
less than this 8 out of 10. But
Yeah.
the issue is that these 8s here, who maybe still message her, know her true worth, her true value, and they probably don't want to commit to her. They probably don't want to get into something which is like really long term. They're really just messaging her for like a late night hookup, but it's too late.
Yeah.
Her self image has been inflated. Now, usually boosting your self image is an incredibly powerful thing, but in this one instance, in terms of modern dating, especially like Tinder and Instagram DMs and
Yeah,
all
yeah.
the dating apps, it really does seem to
Wow,
screw a
I
lot
wanted
of
to.
problems. Because now this girl
Ah.
who is technically here, but who thinks that she's here, will never feel okay with getting with a guy who's here. She will always feel like she's settling.
I think it gives a lot of people an
Oh,
inflated
shit, hold
sense
on.
of value or like a distorted view on dating in general. I think that like it probably does that for everybody. Like I don't think.
Oh, hold on, I'll be right back. two right now. This is the third one. Yeah, bumba. You bumba. Here we go. Hug. I'm gonna hug you, bandit. No. Yeah, bumba. Oh, I got fucking disconnected. Nice, nice. All right. Let's see what we can do now.
Think this is just a girl thing. I think it's a guy thing too. It's like you see like a bunch of hot girls and you're like, all I need to do is get one of them, and then none of them are messaging you back, and you're fucking mad.
Are you
Like
fucking
that's what it
mad?
is.
With being with a guy who she's actually on the level with, the guys that she now is interested
Gladiator
in, it's
never want to play with
extremely
the
likely
duelist,
that
yeah.
they will actually really want to be in a relationship with her, because these guys actually want to get with like the real eights. So what does this mean? If you are one of these guys at the top, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, you get your pick from the majority of
You
women.
get your
And it's
pick.
easier than ever as a guy in this small group. Like not many guys. Okay, the majority of men are fucking pathetic and lazy and fat and everything. So the majority of men are way down here. But if you're in the small 5 to 10% of men group here, you will have the easiest time perhaps in humanity to be able to sleep with a lot of women. But if you are in the majority of men, 80 to 90% of men, if you're an average guy, you will struggle heavily because the women on your level are currently being fucked by the guys up there. This
And you get the
overwhelming
fucking
majority of
change.
men are
You get the
incredibly
leftovers after they done with
deprived
them.
from intimacy, deprived from sex,
Oh
deprived from
shit.
affection, but also
I think there's a lot of guys that are like that. I mean, I do think that's a thing. Like I've read like some of the incel subreddits. Like I've read them. I'm like, what's going on over here? And it's like, man, it must like these people are unhappy. They are extremely fucking unhappy, man. It's awful. Now it's like I think also one of the big problems is that people, and this is the same thing with like girls that have like unrealistic standards, like everybody, right? Is like people think that they're special, and they never want to actually improve themselves. They want everything in the world to change around them. They want it to conform around what they are already okay with. I'm special. I need to be treated
Holy
differently.
shit, I'm dead.
My personality is better than everybody else's. I have strong
Dang.
opinions about politics and play League of Legends. I'm unique and different. I mean, fuck.
interesting. The same is said for the overwhelming majority of women. They're deprived from love, they're deprived from real connection, affection, relationships. The only one thing that they have that like the majority of men don't is just sex. But the sex that they are
It's just
actually having
sex.
with those top tier guys often leaves these women quite unfulfilled and feel like they're being used. In the end, out of this entire thing, it's a deep conversation if we really push there, but like the sexual revolution of feminism, in the end, only the top tier men win. Even the top tier women, like the most attractive, beautiful women, even if
It's
you
getting
ask them,
fucking.
they'll
It's
kind of
getting
say to you
played
that
out.
they're not really happy with modern dating. If you ask them, like, are you totally fulfilled with your dating life? The overwhelming majority, even of the top women, will say no, of course not. Whereas if you ask all these people, really the only kind of person will be that absolute top tier guy who'll be like, yeah, like I'm shagging loads, bro. No matter what happens, no matter what political leader is in power, no matter what social movement happens, I promise you this is the case. In the end, the high value men always win. And so now we have
Well,
perhaps
it's the same with everything, right? I mean, people always the cream's always
So,
going to rise to
wow.
the top no matter what. It's such a bad take. I think that like part of this, like women being unhappy, etc. I think that like you've also got to keep in mind that a lot of those women that are really attractive, they have a guy that's like, hey, I'm going to marry you, and that's it. Like that's what I see a lot of is like these girls. They're like, you know, they're really hot, and like some guys like, all right, we're going to lock this down right now. And I've seen plenty of things like that happen. It's very common. Bad take on Mount Dude's right. I think that some people, like some guys, it sucks. Yeah, it's a 5-head play. Yeah, I'm sorry, but he's right.
Oh
I
shit,
think
that
that
was
he's
me
right
the whole
about like
time.
some of the stuff that he's saying. I do. And I do think that like again, it's like the biology thing. Yeah, like guys are. It's like guys can hook up with a bunch of different girls, and it's easier for them to do that than it is for a girl to do that. It's like, yeah, you don't have to worry about any of this other bullshit. Like, that's it. Below 30 is F second. Wrong? Wrong? They can? What the fuck? No? I don't know about that. I'm saying, like, you get a risk of pregnancy. I think that's a big factor. Like, the risk of pregnancy is like, that's
This
what
guy
I'm
could
saying
have
about
killed me if he was
biological.
good.
Yeah, Lamau, not true.
Could
Yeah,
have killed
STDs.
him if
I mean,
I
I
was
can see
good
heredity,
too.
though. Birth control, easy. That shit don't always work.
the biggest problem of our time. It is this skew of the dating market. It is that 80 to 90% of men are so utterly lonely, deprived.
Oh,
Literally zero women interested in them. Perhaps
Yeah.
50 years ago, a man who was a 5 out of 10 could work hard, get a decent job, save up some money, and he suddenly would have been really attractive to a woman who kind of needed that into her life. But now, a lot of the most women are
Is that not true? Like, I still feel like that's true. Yeah, I feel like that's true. Like, I mean, I have plenty of friends I've grown up with, people that I know, like, they're not living some crazy, lavish lifestyle. They're not, you know, some, like, fucking super good-looking bodybuilder either. But they just found a girl, and they're dating her, and now they're married. Like, it is what it is. I feel like that still happens. I think that, like, this is a problem that, like, guys in their early 20s and, like, late teens have. I think that once you get to, like, 28, 29, 30, this becomes less of a thing. Yeah, I think it's especially for a lot younger people.
Self-sufficient. Most women are educated. They work their own jobs, make their own money. So
Yeah.
dating a guy just because he has
Oh, yeah,
a
I'm
good
dead.
job is no longer a big angle of attraction.
Damn.
Whereas 50, 100 years ago it was, because it was like an acquirement of resources that they probably couldn't really get by themselves. This is leading us to a very interesting dynamic, and I think it's best summed up in a quote that Rollo Tomasi uses very, very well, which is that women would rather share the alpha rather than be saddled with the beta. A lot of people cringe at that, the terms alpha.
Damn.
I think that there's also a lot of guys that would rather settle with a body pillow than sleep with a girl that's the same appearance that they are. There's a lot of guys that would rather stick around with the fucking the Yeshua body pillow than hook up with a girl that they think is ugly. All my friends, yeah.
Beta male, but I think they perfectly describe what's happening here. Alpha simply just means like the best of the pack. Women would rather share that guy up there and be one of the women that he's dating and sleeping with, rather than be saddled with a guy who's on their level or below their level, but then have like him being faithful. This guy down here being faithful to a girl here isn't as exciting as this guy up here sleeping with her, but then her also going through the negative emotions because she knows this guy's also sleeping with 4 other girls right now. This dynamic was
I don't know what happened, man. Like, there was a time, you know, back in the day, you used to be able to have like 5 wives and shit. Like, what moron, like 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, ended that? Like, yeah, like who thought that was a bad idea? Jesus? Well, shit, man. Oh my God. Who did that? Yeah, who did that?
very much always happening in all of humanity. The top tier men always had more than one woman, but now it's on steroids because of Tinder, because of
Yeah, I
Instagram,
think
because
so.
of specifically because of online dating. Because previously, this woman here would simply try to get the best man that she could attract,
Que lo
which would be the guy in her
get
church
the
who was
bomba
Christian. But
class.
now this woman here, the best man she can attract is some guy in Dubai who's messaged her this weekend. If you're a young man, you're still in the education system, or maybe you've just started getting into the workplace, I guarantee there's at least one woman in your workplace or classroom who is literally being messaged by like a multi-millionaire. How fucked is that? So these modern
Que lo
platforms, Instagram, Tinder, are just allowing women to have an incredible abundance of
Oh, I'm
options
fucking
because
up.
it's such a low
I'm fucking
consequence
up.
for a man to just
I'm fucking
express
up.
some interest in a
I'm
woman
fuck.
that
I don't know how I
they
didn't
find
die when he
Tinder
did
like. And even though
good
this seems
shit. I
I think that,
fucked
like,
up
yeah,
big time.
obviously that's true to an extent. I think that what I disagree with this video on is the fact that it's like a one-sided thing, where like women have all of these like tremendous advantages and like men are just completely fucked over. I disagree with that. I think that it's something that is
AGS.
a lot more nuanced. Yeah, it's an interesting topic. They do and it's accurate. Women do? I don't know, man. Like, I really don't think so. Please read the comment. Everyone's different. I will read the comments. Yeah, I will read it. 67% of women never use such apps. They said top 5% men have all the advantages. Yeah, but like I'm saying about everybody else.
Kind of inconsequential, it's it's Tinder and men are lonely. Like, this is very fucking big. I say it somewhat often, and some people think I'm joking or being over dramatic. Countries literally burn to the ground when this dynamic happens. When the majority of men in your country are not getting a fundamental need fulfilled, which is love. Think about what's gonna happen.
Which is
The
love.
single biggest motivator that men have to be productive, to work hard, to accomplish something. It's love, intimacy, sex, reproduction, having children. When that is not being met and they totally
Oh shit.
You can say that's insane, but how many of the shooters have girlfriends? I think this is a factor. It's not a cause and effect, but it's a factor.
I gotta hide my
they are certain that it
pain.
will not be met anytime soon. That even if they put in the work, they will not be able to attract a woman. They give up.
Yeah.
They get complacent. They may as well succumb to the hooks of porn and video games. When your country is full of men who are choosing to watch porn instead of improving themselves to get love and real women, you have a country that is very ready to fall. When the barbarians come to the gates, and those barbarians, like the enemy, like the men from a different country, are fighting for their wives because they don't have like Tinder and Instagram as much in their country.
Oh
and here
my,
you have the
this
men
is
who are
great.
hooked onto porn. They have nothing to fight for. They don't even like your country. This sounds fucking crazy because you and I have never been in like a real war before, especially if you've lived in the West. We've never really seen firsthand the consequences of war.
Bro, this
it's like
escalated
a distant
quick.
thing that we hear about in history. This is how countries fall. This is how wars start. And there's not many people really talking about this. But
I think people being stuck in a position, it's like I think that like you're stuck in a position that is hopeless. You're in a job that you fucking hate. You've got debt from working, everything like that. Like all of this stuff, I feel like it does add up.
I'm
You see
gonna
kinda
go
what
to the
I'm saying?
wild and see.
Who hurt this guy? I think that like
Let's see how much
really,
money I lose.
I
Damn.
think that
How
there
much
is
should
like
I
an element
bring?
of truth in what he's saying. I just don't think it's like it's not necessarily women's fault or society's fault. I think one of the big
You do want
problems
a
is that
telly block.
nowadays there's such a little emphasis put on self-accountability. It's like it's Tinder's fault that all you do is sit around and eat fast food and jerk off to fucking like Fuda furry porn. No, society didn't do this.
Telly
You did.
block.
This is your fucking problem. No, and like that's it's your fucking problem. And so there's a lot of people and they blame everything else except for themselves. You know what I mean? You talking to yourself right now? No, I'm saying like it's the case with a lot of people. Self-report, easy. Sure, don't watch furry food.
Need telly block
I had
and
to
then
think of something
tangle.
special, didn't I? I mean, shit. And so yeah, and so what I'm really trying to get at here is like, I think that another big factor is the amount of like messaging that goes out nowadays about how wherever you are is not your fault. Somehow, whatever position that you have put yourself in it is because of somebody else. There is some external factor that has caused you to do this. And I think that's even more unhealthy than Tinder because it's
Oh,
something that's pervasive through the entire culture, whereas Tinder is just a part of it. But I do think that you have people that have a sense of hopelessness. You know, they've got student loan debt and they're making, you know, they're never going to be able to pay off the money because the interest just fucking, it just gets too high. You can't get out from under it. They've got no fucking skills. They can't do anything else. Some of them sign up for the military. That's what happens with a lot of people. But other people do something else. And it's just, yeah, I mean, you can't get a girlfriend. Your friends are moving on. Your friends are doing well. You're not. And guess what people do? They go absolutely fucking apeshit. Because it's like, why would they respect a society or want to be part of a society that doesn't respect them? I think that it's that simple. If you're a loser, it's your fault. I think that, yeah, I think in a lot of cases, most people that are losers, it's their fault. Yeah, absolutely. Not false. Yeah, I mean, this was always my outlook on the world, is that whenever I was younger, I would do anything I wanted, and I would never feel any guilt for anything, because this is society. I'm just simply existing in society, and it's like if I want to, like, I can either do something or not. And I think that more and more people have that outlook. Why respect a society that doesn't respect you? I don't think that's wrong at all. I don't think that people are crazy for thinking that. It doesn't seem unreasonable. And I always felt bad about everything. Lamau, yeah, you have to respect yourself before anything else. Well, I mean, why respect yourself? Like, the thing is, like, you don't even think about self-respect. You don't even think about yourself. It's just how you're going to exist. Yeah, a comment about trauma is still a person's responsibility. Well, the thing is, like, there's bad shit that happens to everybody, but, like, it's still, at the end of the day, like, even if something bad happens to you, it's still up to you to be able to get out from under it. Like, yeah, obviously bad shit happens to everybody. Like, some people, like, have, like, really bad situations. Like, I would say, like, my situation was, like, not great, but, like, man, there's a million people that had it way worse than me, right? I mean, 100%. So it's like, yeah, obviously, it's like in all of us, like, we're automatically, like, there's a billion people in the world right now that don't have internet. Like, fuck, that's like, bro, like, that's like spawning with, like, that's like you spawn in Fortnite, you go down, you loot, like, the gray gun, somebody else next to you loots, like, the fucking golden AR, and you just can't, like, fuck, what is this? It's not even fair. But that's the way it goes. And it's like, you've got to, I mean, you're going to have bad spawn RNG sometimes with different things. Yeah, it's like hardcore mode, exactly. I don't know, man. They should demand it from the government. What, like a housewife's tale? A handmaiden's tale? What exactly are you insinuating? That's a bit much, isn't it? Like, damn. Listen, yeah, government mandated waifus, like, god damn. Look, yeah, I think that it's a big problem, but I don't think that blaming women or blaming Tinder is fair entirely. Because it's like, guys go on Tinder. Like, you don't have to go on Tinder. They do it on their own. So I think there's a lot of things wrong. But I don't think that it's unreasonable that people, people stop caring and stop participating in and stop
Oh, that was
like
my bad.
trying or following
Damn.
the rules or norms of a social society that they feel like has no respect for them. I think that's completely fair.
We can and we are waging our own war right now. We are at war against the technocracy. We are at war against these modern social media, porn, video game companies that have stripped away our right to our consciousness, our right to our attention in time. It is these evil companies that have hooked your family, your friends, your future wife. They've hooked their attention. They've fucked their mental health. A man that you know will kill himself within the next 2 to 3 years, and that will be heavily influenced by a part of these technologies. We are at
Suicides have gone up a lot. He's technically right about that, and I think social media and suicides like that have gone up a lot. And I think social media probably is it's an aggravating variable. Absolutely, sure. you're not going to get me to say it's Facebook's fault because you get a bad it hurts your ego whenever people are doing better than you on Facebook. Like, you are not going to get me to say that. That is a personal fucking problem, and you've got to look in the mirror. That's the person who that problem begins and ends with is in the mirror. That is you. Yeah, log off fucking Facebook. Log off. If it's making you feel that way, stop dealing with it.
A war against them.
Like, I'm on Facebook. I love Facebook. It lets me keep up with old friends. You know, keep up with, like, oh man, like, this is like a guy, like, man, we used to throw rocks at people, and now he's now he now he works at like a car dealership. You know, he owns his own business now. You know, I love that. I think that's great. And so, like, it doesn't have to be bad.
See before you is a revolution.
Now he works in a
We are
quarry,
a cult of young men who refuse to sit idly by or to sink deeper into the grasp of social media, porn, and video games. We've taken a big step back. We are at war, and I want you to join our side. Click this video to learn more right now. Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. Mwah.
This guy went wild, man. Here, let me go back. I'll read some of the comments because oh my god, what is this? Why the fuck does this not work? Yeah, let me go back. I'll read some of the comments on this. I think this is like one of the examples of, like, I think guys that, like, get it half right. You know what I mean? Like, I think that it's like guys like this, I think they get it half right. Is like, they get it right that shit is fucked. They get it right that there are a lot of problems in the world and, like, things that are, like, aggravating that hurt your mental health and make it worse. But I think that the solution that they have is always centered around something external. It's always centered around another person, another entity, another something else. And like, you never really think about what you're going to do to improve your life. You know, what are you going to do whenever you wake up tomorrow that's going to make you not one of those people? Yeah, it's about self-improvement. That's what it is.
See if I can get some good luck doing something else.
Get it half right. Just because you disagree doesn't mean it's not true. Just because you agree doesn't mean it's true either. So let's see here. It's exodus recruitment tool for alt-right mentality. It starts with how society's fucked, rolls down to feminism, minorities, immigrants, so on. I mean, like, that guy's not white, right? I mean, I don't know about the immigrant thing. They get swapped up in populist movements and on and on. I think, like, you say, like, somebody saying that, like, society or, like, social media is bad for you and it's, like, degrading, like, saying that that's, like, a fucking pipeline to alt-right and, like, this is some sort of, like, fucking, like, next thing you know, they're gonna be storming the Capitol. Like, I think that's a bit much. Like, that's really a bit much. I think that there are a lot of different ways that you can look at it, but I actually, like, in my mind, I think one of the solutions for a lot of this stuff is not, it has nothing to do with politics. Yeah. Dummies rate video games, love prohibition. Yeah. These companies research the fuck out of how to get you addicted to all things. We know people easily influenced. Shouldn't we create a society based on knowledge to protect them? Yeah, I think so. But at the same time, like, people are going to take advantage of you. People are going to take advantage of you. People are going to do things that, like, you can't rely on society to protect you. You should be able to, but you can't. So this is a nice idea. It's like, nobody should steal. Okay. Like, yeah, it's a nice idea. Let me read some comments. I was honestly in mindset for 4 months, checking Tinder every day, see someone match with me. I was becoming obsessive. I just ended up deleting the app because I wasn't liking how I was treating myself. What a smart fucking guy. This is actually the best comment. Like, I love this comment. Yeah. He's like, he got caught up in this shit for 4 months. It fucked with his head, and he said, yeet, I'm out. That's it. He's done. Top 5 reasons why everyone should be on self-improvement. Makes you happy, calm, socialize, brings peace. Supports all other areas of your life. Yeah, I mean, of course. Women rather share high-value men than be saddled with a low. It's a dark reality we're living. Bro, like, this is, as I said before, man, like, this is a tale as old as time. It is it's in the Bible. Like, how many wives did some of these dudes in the Bible have? I mean, let's be real. A lot. I mean, a lot. It's been around forever. It's not going to go away. Most men so badly, but can't call fat women fat. Well, there's some people that like fat chicks, right? I mean, like, and that's fine. Let's see here. I work in a nightclub. I think it's a personal preference thing. Yeah, how about just being normal? I think that's a good start. Everyone considering going on dating apps, hear me out. I actually dated a lot, and a lot of Tinder girls. The past texted me even more of them. Shocked my life, how they use it regularly. Toxic, delusional, mentally ill, narcissist, some of these women are. Yeah, it's just like, I feel that a lot of people put the blame on the opposite gender. They always, it's like men are trash, women are whores. There's something like,
Damn.
oh man, it's got to be somebody that's not me. True, clip it. Yeah, exactly. And my girlfriend of 58 years on Tinder. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Yeah, sure. Kind of women they're talking about want to share high value men than date a rando. Never heard of any of my friends say anything remotely like this. I don't know. I have friends of mine that don't really use social media, right? They're just like normal people. Like I have a friend, like he works at he's like an engineer, and he doesn't have like a fucking Twitter. Like he's not posting videos up on YouTube. He's not posting Instagram shit. I can't imagine that. Like Cora. I mean, Cora's hot. Like she's not posting shit on Instagram either. There's girls that do that too. It's weird. It's weird for me to see that. Like, cause I'm like, man, like it's not like it's a girl, but just anybody. Like, man, like I tell you, I got on MySpace as soon as I could. I've been on social media on the internet for years.
For
And I was already
years.
crazy, so it didn't really matter. That's it. Let me go back. I'm gonna link you guys a video. I think again, like guys like this, I disagree that it's women or society's fault, but I think that definitely they get it half right.
Oh, I didn't bring my looting bag. Dang, I came all the way out here without my looting bag? Are you serious? That's the one thing I forgot. The biggest RuneScape discovery.
You ready for an adventure?
In RuneScape history ever has just been found, and today we're gonna take a look at it. So this story begins about a year ago. I wanted to do a video exploring the history of the RuneScape
Oh
website,
shit, I
something
forgot all
that
about
should
it.
be possible with a website called the Wayback Machine. On the Wayback Machine, you can put in the link of just about any website and essentially go back in time to whatever date you
No.
want and browse that website exactly like it was. But for some reason, in around 2007, the RuneScape website was removed from the Wayback Machine. When I reached out to Jagex asking why, a JMod told me a setting was changed on the RuneScape website to stop malicious users from crawling and scraping it, which, to make things simple, is the process of downloading an exact copy of the website, something a lot of private servers and fake RuneScape phishing sites were doing at the time. When Jagex made this change, the Wayback Machine also made its backups of the website private, and for the last decade or so, nobody has been able to see them. So for that video I was working on a year ago, I had to use other backups of the RuneScape website, most of which were incomplete, and there were very few of them. But that all changes today. Cook Me Plox over on the RuneScape Wikis team reached out to Jagex over a year and a half ago to try and get the website unblocked, and it actually finally happened. This is easily the biggest unearthing of RuneScape data ever, as there's over 5 million web pages to go through. I don't have time to show all of them, and even if I did, I'd like to spend my time a different way. But let's rewind back to 2000 and go through some. But first, I have to talk about something a bit more modern. The sponsor of today's video, Hero Wars. Hero Wars is an online action RPG with more than just ever, along with what's believed to be previously lost images of RuneScape Classic. I discussed this with Log, a RuneScape Classic expert from previous videos, and was told that 3 out of these 6 screenshots are from places that never made it into the full game, or were reworked beyond recognition. This clump of trees not only does not exist in the game, but neither do the trees. The Rose tree was redesigned before launch, and the bright trees in the top left were just never used. This wild herd of sheep also doesn't exist, and and this image is believed to maybe be Bob's axes in Lumbridge. But the outside buildings look different than Lumbridge today, and there's a unicorn roaming the streets for some reason. Helmet plumes, shown in the previous two screenshots, were also changed before release from blue to red. If we scroll down just a little bit, you RuneScape history buffs may also recognize this image as the first ever map for RuneScape, which gives me the perfect opportunity for a useless RuneScape fact that I've been holding onto for months, trying to figure out what video I could use it in. You probably recognize a few of the locations on this map. The bottom half is actually pretty accurate to what RuneScape looks like today. We have Lumbridge Castle, Port Sarim, Al-Kharid, and so on. But you might also notice that Port Sarim and Al-Kharid have switched spots. It's as if somebody took RuneScape's map and flipped the image. Well, it turns out that's kind of exactly what happened. A few months ago, Paul Gower went on Excel and KK Comics' Boomerscape podcast, which I've been on, so totally check that episode out, and explained that when the map creation tool for RuneScape Classic was made, Andrew made a teeny little mistake. Everything created in the map editor would be flipped in the live game. This might only be something that blows stoners and drunks' minds, but just imagine for a second if Andrew didn't make that one mistake. All of the bottom half of RuneScape would be flipped the other way. Like, I'm just thinking, what kind of weird butterfly effect stuff could have happened if the map was never flipped? Back to the website, other than those images, there's not much else to say about the 2000 website, as RuneScape wasn't out yet. So let's fast forward a few months to 2001. The homepage definitely has a lot more going for it. For example, there's a few guides that you can access on the sidebar, but what I find most interesting is the current players page. So high scores didn't exist at the time, but you could see every player currently online, their account age, and how many hours or days they've played. It's not like today where you can tell your clan you're going to sleep, turn off private chat, and keep woodcutting silently. You should totally join my clan. If you were online, everybody in the game knew you were online. A few months later, when 2 more servers were opened, it was instead updated to just show the top players online at the time on each server. For example, whoever had the highest prayer skill on the server at the time would be listed as the top cleric, which is a pretty funny term for RuneScape. I've never heard that used before. If we hop on over to the left sidebar again, you might also notice that the website has a few chat boards, and they're mostly full of total nonsense. Remember how you acted on the internet when you were 10? Yeah, it's basically that, but 1,000 different clones of you. There's suggestions like school time, Andrew, please read, and how do you do pirate treasure quest? But the best suggestion has to be Sudby Apple.
I never played
Let's
RuneScape
check out the
Classic like
clans
that.
more, though. Stay out of Thurgo's house. Oh, well, that's weird. That link isn't archived, but the post above it and below it are archived, though. Thurgo, what's going on in your house? What did you do? I guess we'll never know. I'm sure there's some real gems in these forums, but we don't have time today to trudge through them, and a lot of the posts themselves weren't archived. So let's fast forward to 2002. It seems like on the 2002 version of the website, RuneScape is still the focus, but Jagex is definitely trying to make sure that their other projects get seen too. This is right around when Jagex was getting into financial trouble, as RuneScape wasn't paying the bills it cost to run itself anymore, so maybe they were trying to branch out and show people that they could do other things. A strategy that, I have to say, has not really worked out for modern Jagex either. You may also notice on the left that there's no more chat rooms or forums. They were shut down in November of 2001, less than a year after being launched, and I think based on the post I showed you earlier, you can guess why.
Oh shit, I keep forgetting that.
Treating schizophrenia without a daily pill may seem impossible. But what if there was a path to treatment?
What
The
if?
online player viewer
What if there was a
also
path?
removed, but it was replaced with high scores for each skill. There's some names on there like Blue Rose 13X, the Old Knight, and even Zezima. The best part of the high scores, though, is what's at the bottom. There's a placeholder box for the carpentry skill, a skill similar to construction that never ended up releasing. Before we move on to 2003, I also want to show off the guide they wrote up for RuneScape. It's really in-depth, has a ton of pictures, and is overall pretty handy. Or at least it was 20 years ago. It's totally useless today. On to 2003, the homepage has been restored to focus entirely on RuneScape. The Wayback Machine also seems to have archived this obnoxious ad that I'm sure a lot of younger players, myself included, fell for back in the day. Looking at the news section, we're about a year away from the launch
I
of
fell for a
RuneScape
lot of
2.
scams
That
back in
didn't
the
stop
day.
scammers from sending out a fake beta of it to try
Oh
and hack
shit.
you. It got so bad that Jagex had to make an announcement about it to make sure people didn't download it. There's another news post where Jagex shows off screenshots of the new 3D engine that RuneScape 2 would use. For the most part, all the screenshots look the same as when it was released, besides a few slight changes. Most notably, items look pretty weird. This is a tinderbox, and I think this is supposed to be a cabbage, but it's hard to
Damn,
tell.
I keep forgetting
My
now.
favorite, though, has to be this screenshot. Everything in the chat box is lowercase for some reason, and every equipped item just looks wrong. I actually don't even think you can get that shield in the game. If we check the high scores again, the Old Knight is now in first place, and Zezima is pretty hot on his tail at rank 5. Let's make a quick pit stop to December of that same year. The website has gotten a pretty significant redesign, and the RuneScape 2 beta had launched. While reading through the beta info, I learned that originally the Lumbridge home teleport was going to need runes after the beta ended, but it was made free for everyone temporarily so they could get out of somewhere if they got trapped. But because that's a pretty smart feature to have, it seems Jagex decided to keep it free forever. The forums also made their return in November, but unfortunately the Wayback Machine had
Damn, I need my damn.
2004's website, for the most part,
I just don't
looks
want to
the
run
same
all
as
the way back.
2003's, with just a few slight changes.
Wanna
depending
hopefully
on
I
the
can
month.
get
As for the high scores,
a
Zezima
lucky
has claimed his spot at
Void
number
Waker
1,
drop
while Old Knight had fallen to rank 3. The forums
or the
page
pet
now also loads.
on to
but I can't
complete
see
this log.
anything, as it would require you to log in. It even has this funny little GIF above the login page that honestly I think even today's player base could benefit from. Wait, did I make that joke last time? This is what I like. I think we should still have this on the login page today. Oh no, I did. Moving on to 2005, we got another website redesign later in the year. Along with it comes the Jagex shop. No, it doesn't sell merch. It sells ringtones and phone wallpapers. It was already bad enough having the RuneScape theme blast through your speakers
Ringtones.
at 2 a.m. while your parents were sleeping. Now your phone could do it too. However, it seems only the USA version of the site was backed up, and for some reason you couldn't buy them in America. If we take a look at the sidebar, I noticed that in 2005 you still had the option to play Classic if you wanted, and it's surprisingly still fairly popular for what it was. Although RS2 had 80,000 players online at the time, Classic was still rocking a solid 1,000. Not bad for a game abandoned a year prior. Throughout 2006 and 2007, the website for the most part looked the same, with only a few slight changes. It actually looks pretty close to the version we have on Old School today. RuneScape Classic remained open, but they stopped allowing new players to try it, and if you stopped playing Classic for 6 months or more, you'd lose your ability to ever play again.
Damn.
Absolutely trying to get people to quit that game and move over to the newer version. Even so, by late 2007, it still had around 150 to 200 players online at most times. If we check out the Jagex shop, it looks like US players can finally buy something. A RuneScape poster that only costs £4, or a little under $5 in US dollars. The website that sold the posters still exists today, but unfortunately the RuneScape poster is no longer available, but for $5, if it still was, you bet I'd pick up one of those right now. Back on the main site, Jagex had also released a number of free wallpapers. I showed a few off in my first video about the RuneScape website a year ago, but I figured I'd show them again because they're cool and pretty nostalgic. Jagex also added a new guide to the site for parents, where it explains the game, the cost of the game, and even the educational benefits of RuneScape. It has things like problem solving, teamwork, and my favorite, that RuneScape even teaches kids how to balance their work time and play time. Unfortunately, that last concept didn't seem to stick, as many players have foregone working at all to instead get 200 million XP and Speaking of the high scores, if we take a look in early 2006, Zezima is still at rank 1, and the Old Knight had climbed to 2nd place. However, over the course of the next few backups, the Old Knight's username slowly descends the ranks, as he sadly passed away in mid-2006. Now, for something that's either going to make you feel super nostalgic or old, or maybe both. A lot of you watching probably found RuneScape through a browser game site called Miniclip. Well, luckily for us, the Miniclip affiliate page was also saved by the Wayback Machine. So for those of you that played on Miniclip, you probably saw this screen every time.
I didn't even know there was a RuneScape was on Miniclip.
Soon, I absolutely wanted to include this page, especially because my friend who introduced me to RuneScape found it through Miniclip, so there's another butterfly effect moment. Without Miniclip, you probably wouldn't be watching this video right now, because it wouldn't exist. Now, every website past 2007, I already looked into fairly in depth in my previous video with the old backup, which was, funnily enough, saved by a bunch of random middle schoolers. You can check that video out on the right-hand side of the screen right now. And don't forget to download here.
Back to back Onyx. I need a good drop. Let's get it. I need that 40 to 50 mil drop real quick. $50,000, dude.
Introducing Tropicana.
Exploited to clear over 50,000 US dollars or 1.5 trillion GP from the RuneScape 3 gold market. But this one doesn't require the same resources as other dupes have in the past. Duplication bugs have popped up frequently over the last few years in both old school RuneScape and RuneScape 3. However, orchestrating those dupes required a lot of effort, thousands of hacked RuneScape accounts, and the know-how to bot on all those accounts to increase the stress on RuneScape's world servers and prompt a crash. This one is different, and was discovered by accident when my source tried depositing stuff in his bank. He noticed that when he was depositing his cash pile and his bank was full, all the other stuff he tried to deposit would drop to the ground. He realized that this allowed you to drop untradeable items that only have a destroy option, which you can't usually drop to the floor. This was the realization that eventually led to the biggest dupe of the year. So let's explore the thought process of the dupers. They know they can drop untradeable items that normally can't be dropped. Now the objective is to see how they might be able to profit from this. Because after all, they want to see if this knowledge can make them in real life money. So the task is to research all the untradeable items that can be converted into in-game GP. At first, they experiment with lucky items, treasure hunt caskets, and clue scroll pouches. Even while trying to leverage multiple bugs simultaneously, none of their ideas with these items lead to any profit. But then a breakthrough.
Dun
And a quick word from
dun.
the video sponsor if you don't mind me doing so, thank you. There's and can go and stop every movie immediately available. Not only that, use with expressvpn.com/chemq or check the top link in the description. Signing up really supports my videos, so thank you. And thanks to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video. In September of 2018, RuneScape 3 introduced magical dice that you can claim from Maze Quest.
Oh,
when you
shit.
roll them on the ground, you get some coins and a random clue scroll reward. They are intended to be a one-time reward for completing quests. As you gain quest points, you can claim more dice. At 325 quest points, you can collect one tier 4 magical dice. Because it's tier 4, each roll always gives you 2.5 mil and an elite clue scroll reward. And if you haven't ever claimed them before and you have 400 quest points, you can claim 4 tier 4 dice at a time. And if you've never rolled them before and you lose them, you can reclaim all 4 again from May. But what happens if you lose them through the banking feature? This is the way to profit from the discovery. Each time our duper banks, he's dropping all the dice on the ground, which normally wouldn't be possible. And May's quest caravan is literally only a few tiles away. So he can talk to her again, claim 4 more dice, and repeat. So instead of getting
back to
4
back to
loots per
back.
game, he can stack up hundreds at a time. He says the RuneScape 3 bot detection is pretty good, so they didn't want to risk getting this method patched by programming a bot to do the banking and reclaiming for him, because then it might get flagged and Jagex might detect that this is going on. So because he wasn't using a bot, he said that his hands hurt quite a bit after doing the method for a long time.
He was
because he's
going
been trying
hard
to
on
make
that
as
shit.
much money as he can per hour. Now let's talk about how they opened the dice. Jagex made a safeguard in case anybody got their hands on more dice than they should. Jagex programmed the dice so the dice would disappear and May will stop letting you reclaim them. For example, if you had hundreds of dice in your inventory and clicked the dice 4 times, then you would get this error message, and the rest of the dice would disappear. However, last August, Jagex updated the dice so you can roll multiple of them in the same animation. And when you spam click the dice and roll a bunch at the same time, it seems to have allowed you to bypass that error message and you get a new one. This time it says you have no more inventory space to roll more rewards. And when you get this error message, the game doesn't register that you've rolled any dice, and it still lets you reclaim them. This is the second bug that allowed the dupers to make away with so much profit.
Damn.
What was this profit comprised of? How did they make so much money? Don't forget that the dupers have a guaranteed roll of 2.5 million GP, in addition to the elite clue reward. One of the most profitable items from the clue rewards are dies, particularly the blood die, which goes for 9 billion GP per die on the Rs.
9 billion?
The source says he got many of these, which accumulated into a decent portion of his overall profit, that being around 1.4 trillion GP. Yep, you heard me right. 1.4 trillion GP was sold by these dupers to underground
RuneScape.
websites. Back when RS3 was RuneScape 2, that would have been an
RuneScape 3 is like, to me, completely ruined. I don't know why they
rate of inflation that has taken hold of
split
RS3
the
recently. In fact, the
player
swap rate
base
from
up.
RuneScape 3 to old school is 10 to 1. I remember when a Santa hat was worth 180 mil. Now it's worth 6 bill. Apparently, they didn't even sell all their items. The goal of this was to stay under the radar as much as possible and log as few trades as possible. Selling tons of stuff at once might have raised some flags over at Jagex HQ, so they only sold the most expensive stuff, like their blood dies and the third age dies. All in all, this dupe netted them $50,000.
Damn.
Not one of the most profitable dupes
Smart.
in RuneScape history, but in the top 10 nonetheless. Let's talk about those other dupes, the ones I mentioned at the beginning of this video, because they were a lot more successful. But they also required a lot of time, effort, and accounts in order to orchestrate. Well, back in 2020, an anonymous source sent me and Sir Pugger some live videos of a dupe taking place. They wrote to me, "They are doing it again in World 122," and he attached this video. Now, it looks really strange, all these accounts running together in unison. Let me explain what's going on with help from footage from Sir Pugger's video. The first step was to get a lot of accounts together in the same area. Then they would take their starting amount of gold and trade it to another account. Then that account would log out of the game. When you log out of the game, it's like a checkpoint for your account. Your account is given a save state with its stats, all the items in your bank, all the items in your inventory, and so on. And then you're disconnected from the server. Then that account would log back in, trade over the gold to another account, and stay logged in. Staying logged in means the save state still thinks that they have all those items in their inventory. But then if the server crashes, the account is simply disconnected from the server, without updating the save state and telling it that all those items were taken off of the account. So all you had to do was trade over all the items from account to account, logging out of each one while the items were in the inventory, and continue until all of the accounts had logged out with the items in their inventory. But now what they had to do was crash the servers, which takes a lot more preparation. They could have started preparing for this dupe months in advance. Their first step was purchasing RuneScape accounts in bulk from hackers. Those hackers are very familiar with how to recover accounts from the Jagex website, pretending to be the original account owners. And once they had access to the account, they would log in, sell all the RuneScape items for gold, and then sell that gold for cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin or
Cryptocurrency.
fiat currency. But after that account was stripped clean of its wealth, what next? It's not like these hackers want to play on their newfound accounts, as they're only interested in how much profit they can extract from each one. So they sell the accounts to people that run massive bot farms, to people that need high-level accounts to scam and lure, to spam bots that advertise phishing links, and as we're talking about right now, to dupers. Now, these dupers need to control thousands of accounts in order to cause a world crash, so they spend a long time accumulating hundreds of login credentials. It could even take them months to get all the accounts they need. Then they program a bot script to log in all the accounts and make their way to the same location within RuneScape. And after they have a handful of accounts with very wealthy save states, they get their 2,000 accounts to assemble in the same area and do tons of emotes to stress out the server. Stress out the server for long enough and you've orchestrated a world crash. The world crashes, and all of the original accounts are disconnected from the server with save states that say they have the original items in their inventory. And after a few minutes, they log back in on another world. Then they offload the GP to gold buyers. Easily hundreds of bills, even trillions were sold and used to bet against Bitcoin in 50-50 stakes. The
Damn.
dupes resulted in potentially upwards of $1 million in profit across all the instances in which they occurred, probably 4 or 5 times
I
from
wonder
November
who's the person that
2019 to May
orchestrated that
2020.
shit.
But they were really
Like they
bad for the
put all
RuneScape
that time and
economy
effort in.
and how all of us players perceived Jagex and the game. It's demotivating to have a few players cause a huge spike of inflation in your game. Achievements and progress are devalued. Competing for ranks and prestige becomes stale. It took them a long time, many months in fact, but Jagex finally figured out a way to update the save states so a server crash can't be used to make money like this ever again. I'm against all kind of real world trade and duping activity, but this story is interesting enough to share it with all of you. Well, what about the magical dice dupe? It was patched 1 week after dupers discovered it. Jagex must have figured something was up and fixed the issue pretty quickly, so props to them for catching it. Anyway, I haven't been uploading as much because I've been starting up a new channel. It's called RuneScape Chronicles. It's inspired by the Chris Archie videos.
Yeah, bumba. RuneScape police. The bumba. And there a new RuneScape had police. Let's find out.
Turned over 20 billion GP to scammed players. But things weren't always this great. Let's learn their pretty rough origin story and an easy way to get their help before you ever even get scammed. RuneWatch is a group of player volunteers who help other players who get
RuneWatch.
scammed get their stuff back. They have a ton of really impressive tools and techniques that help them do this, but I don't just want to dive straight into all the cool stuff they're doing today. Their bumpy history is an important part of how they got to where they are. RuneWatch actually wasn't the first time players took scam prevention into their own hands. Back in 2014, just about every major clan had their own blacklist full of players who had scammed their members. But it didn't do much good. The scammer could simply hop from clan to clan, scamming whoever and whatever they wanted. So, clans started sharing blacklists, but it wasn't a great system. So, someone came up with the idea of creating a Google Doc that would more or less combine all these lists into one place, where it could be constantly updated. But the player who started the doc knew he could do better, and eventually launched a website called RuneScape Justice. Players who were scammed, hacked, lured, had a teammate steal a drop, or just in general had something bad done to them while playing RuneScape, could visit RuneScape Justice and fill out a report about the player who wronged them. From there, their report would be published on the site's blacklist. Scammers could no longer jump from clan to clan, as a quick Google search of their username would show that they're a scammer. Even if they changed their username, every name was kept track of manually by RuneScape Justice's staff. Sounds awesome, right? Well, I've kind of neglected to tell you all the bad parts of the site until now. First of all, you could submit a case with absolutely no evidence, and it would almost always get published. In fact, in their frequently asked questions, RS Justice said they were aware this could happen, and they were fine with it. You could
They
pretty
were
much
fine
say
with it.
whatever you wanted about anyone without any consequences. I can only imagine how many false reports were posted, especially when you could accuse players of hacking you. I remember
Damn.
getting hacked as a little kid and going, oh god, who could have done this? And going through the list of people in my head who I thought might have done it. Little did 10-year-old me know, it was probably some guy in China that I've never met. Now, let's say we can overlook this fact and say, alright, it still does some good. Although some innocent
See, I got
people
a whole
will be
bunch of
caught in
Opal
the system,
freaking
the bulk of it
vaulted
will still be
Onyx
scammers,
boss.
right? This is turning into a real trolley problem. Well, let's say a scammer comes forward and says, you know what, I did it. I'd like to return the items I stole. Well, RuneScape Justice, which I'll refer to as RSJ from now on because their name is very long, didn't keep track of the names of victims. That's right, half of the time, the staff would have no clue who to return items to.
What
Well,
the?
at this point, the trolley has ran over more than half the people it's supposed to help. But still, this system could still help some people, right? Well, RSJ's founder was allegedly not the nicest guy. Let's say a scammer again goes, alright, I'd like to return the items I stole. RSJ goes, great, glad to hear that. But not only do we need the items you stole, we'd like an additional 10 million GP to remove the listing from the site.
I
This is
had to
where
make
a
his
player
money.
named Nibs comes in. Nibs was a staff member on RSJ, and when the site's founder tried to force Nibs to publish a case on the website that he knew had already been resolved, he stepped down. The founder
Damn.
wanted to be able to cash in on that 10 mil fee to remove the case. So, Nibs and a few other ex-RSJ staff members decided to create their own website for helping scammed players, which, you guessed it, they named RuneWatch. RuneWatch would do things differently. Cases with only solid evidence would be posted, nobody would be making any money through the site, and they'd actually properly keep track of victims. They launched the site and started accepting cases. But as you might guess, the founder of RSJ didn't like that someone else was ruining his cash cow. All RuneWatch staff were
Holy
immediately banned
moly.
from the RSJ Discord. But more striking, clans that used RuneWatch were also banned from using RS Justice. So clans had to make a choice. Use the service that had been around for years, or take a risk and give RuneWatch a try.
I never
To
knew
make
all that
matters
was up.
even worse, a few weeks after RuneWatch's launch, 4 of its senior staff members had their RuneScape accounts hacked, which resulted in the loss of billions of gold.
Damn.
They could have filed a report on RuneScape Justice accusing its founder of hacking them. I wonder who would get the 10 mil fee in that case. On the topic of account security, I know for a fact a lot of you use the same 2 or 3 passwords for everything you do. Well, let's say your email account gets hacked. It won't take long for hackers to realize you use the same password for your bank account and your precious RuneScape account. That's why you should try NordPass, the sponsor of today's video. NordPass holds all your passwords securely in one place. In fact,
Yeah, one
it's so
place for the
secure,
scammers to
not
grab
even
it.
the NordPass team can see what's inside your password vault. It can autofill your details and passwords on all the websites you use and generate new passwords for ones you're signing up for. To take security even a step further, NordPass has a data breach scanner. So, should a website you use get hacked, you can find out exactly what got compromised. If this sounds good to you, get access to NordPass's best offer with my link in the description below, or use code COLANELLO at checkout. Either way, you'll get an addition to sell. He didn't have the time to commit to the project anymore. He passed off all the data to RuneWatch for free. Funny how that works out though. 2 bitter rivals joining together. That'd be like if Microsoft and Apple combined back in the early 2000s and had those Mac versus PC guys shake hands. Back on topic, this would be thousands of cases suddenly dropped on RuneWatch's doorstep. The current system couldn't handle that, so RuneWatch was closed for about a year while the website was rewritten from the ground up.
AG1 is so much more than a...
You know, there's so much information on RuneScape. It's amazing about what the RuneScape actually has accomplished.
Since then, they've been back and better than ever with a ton of awesome features. So this is the RuneWatch website. Here is where every case gets posted along with the star rating depending on the quality of evidence. Now, unlike RuneScape Justice, RuneWatch is extremely picky when it comes to what gets listed. They also need a ton of evidence before staff will post a report to the public case index. In their Discord, you can see just how many cases they turn down every single day. I've got to say, case support workers are legends. Reading through the decline reasons is kind of hilarious. People try and list cases where they didn't actually lose anything, got scammed by an account training service, and even a guy who got scammed, the scammer offered to pay them back in full. They said no and wanted to put them on RuneWatch anyway. Now, let's say someone does successfully scam a player. The victim submits the proper information, and the scammer gets listed on RuneWatch. Now, theoretically, the scammer could just buy a bond, change their username, and the list isn't accurate anymore, right? Wrong. RuneWatch won't reveal exactly how, but they have a system that keeps track of every name, and the website is frequently updated whenever a name change occurs. Not even a double name change works. Now you might be thinking, this is cool, but I don't want to go to a website every time I need to check if someone I'm raiding with or loaning gear to is a scammer. Well, RuneWatch also has a RuneLite plugin with just about every feature you could want. So, when you install this plugin, you can right-click players' names and click Investigate. This will check RuneWatch's list of players and see if that player is listed
Investigate.
on the site. Should a player enter your friend's chat or clan chat that's on the watch list, you'll also be alerted in chat. To take it even a step further, if a scammer even gets close to your character, you'll be alerted in chat that they're nearby.
Damn. That's
This plugin is
fucked.
a massive game changer. Previously, most scammers had no reason to ever really return the items they stole. They could still find teams, as most people didn't bother to check RuneWatch. Now, the game tells you instantly. Plus, the only way a scammer will ever get removed from that list is if they return the items they stole. Otamachi, a caseworker for RuneWatch, told me that since this plugin launched, the item return rate has increased from around 5 to 10% to 25%. That is absolutely huge. It means 1 out of every 4 players that asks RuneWatch for help eventually gets their stuff back. As more people learn about RuneWatch, I'm sure that number will only continue to grow. At the beginning of the video, I said they've returned 20 billion in stolen GP since the year started. Well, RuneWatch opened in May 2017, and their overall total is about 120 billion. You can see just how much this plugin has increased that number. Now, something I absolutely have to cover is false reports. There are players who attempt to abuse RuneWatch's system and submit falsified reports. Some players even go as far as photoshopping evidence. But from what I've been told, it's extremely rare, and they catch players who try all the time. I think now is a good time to bring up another feature the plugin has. You can enable a setting that takes a screenshot every time you trade something. So if someone ever loans you gear, you return it, and they try and frame you, you have proof that you didn't. Or let's say, Keanu forbid, you get scammed. You already have a lot of evidence you'll need screenshotted and ready to go. So, as you can see, RuneWatch and their plugin is pretty cool. Something that's not so cool is how the creators of the Oregon Trail didn't receive even a penny from their game, despite it making billions in revenue. Find out why on my second channel on the left, or watch another RuneScape video on the right.
Oh, RuneScape. Say I had 1 mil on me the whole time. And let's bring the looting bag this time. I think that'll be a good thing. see what's up. I'm surprised there's not like 100 bots here, because normally there'd be bots here like crazy. When blackmailing a drug lord goes wrong, let's find out what happens.
Cocaine and ecstasy are now just a click of a mouse away.
He is basically the eBay or the Amazon of the drug trafficking world.
He also allegedly hired a hitman to kill a White Rock, D.C. user.
Was sentenced to life in prison without parole.
For roughly 1,500 years, the Eurasian trade routes that spanned over 4,000 miles played a central role in facilitating economic, cultural, political, and religious interaction between the East and the West. The name Silk Road comes from the highly lucrative trade of silk textiles that were produced almost exclusively in China. The sale of these highly sought-after goods is likely what led Ross Ulbricht or Dread Pirate Roberts to adopt the name for his darknet marketplace, though instead of silks, he would be facilitating the trade of every illegal good and service you could imagine. On January 27th, 2011, I came across this website called Silk Road. It's a Tor hidden service that claims to allow you to buy and sell anything online anonymously. I'm thinking of buying off it, but wanted to see if anyone here had heard of it and could recommend it. I found it through this link, which if you have a Tor browser, directs you to the real site. Let me know what you think. This is the first ever
Tor
mention
browser
of Silk
directs you to
Road
the real
anywhere
site.
on the internet. The user Altoid acting
I've
very
never,
poorly as an intrigued third
I never
party
wanted. I don't
with
know.
the
I'm
intent
not
of
even trying
engaging
to go
in
there.
word-of-mouth marketing of his new venture. It would be unfair to say this action or post was a breadcrumb that led the FBI to the eventual closure of the Silk Road. It was a whole
Fading.
loaf of bread.
What up, brother?
As explained by IRS Special Agent Gary Alford, the way you found the creator of the website was through a simple Google search. Despite the Silk Road being only accessible on Tor, the browser that gives users access to the dark web, Special Agent Alford knew it had to be marketed somewhere, or how would people find out about it? In 2013, he simply Googled the words Silk Road and .onion and found exactly what he was looking for. He found Altoid. In posts that are still active on BitcoinTalk.com, he is seen advertising for an IT pro for a Bitcoin-backed startup company and lists an email to contact him, rossulbricht@gmail.com, his real name. Of course,
His
looking
real
for
name.
a black market operation while using a Gmail account with your real-life name is not the best way to go about things, and since Altoid was a name that popped up very frequently when searching for mentions of Silk Road, This was enough to get a warrant for that email address. Ross was monitored until undercover agents tracked
Get
him
a
to
fucking
San
warrant
Francisco
for the
Public
email
Library,
address.
where they distracted him
Really?
and grabbed his open computer. He was logged into the mastermind of the Silk Road website, and in another tab, a full diary dedicated to the creation of Silk Road with his name written in there. That is the story of how Ross Ulbricht was tracked and caught by using a simple Google search. During his trial in
Damn.
New York City, a 33-page document was brought to light with direct messages proving that Ross paid over $1 million in Bitcoin to hire Hells Angels bikers to murder 5 people. And
Oh,
that's going to be
shit.
the rest of this video. First, I'm going to need to introduce you to a couple of the starting characters. Lucy Drop was a vendor who sold LSD on Silk Road, and his product was good. Eventually, though, he started selling weaker and weaker product before performing what people would consider an exit scam. Friendly Chemist is the first point of contact to Dread Pirate Roberts, who is Ross Ulbricht and the owner/creator of Silk Road. March 13th, 2013. Can you please get Dread Pirate Roberts to message me right away? It's very serious, a matter of life and death. Also has to do with the identities of a dozen top vendors and thousands of Silk Road customers. It's very important, so please get him to message me right away. I will not talk to anyone but Dread Pirate Roberts, so please do not ask me what this is concerning. He got exactly what he asked for. The next day, Ross replied simply, "What can I do for you?" A few hours later, Friendly Chemist claimed he was Lucy Drop's supplier, waiting for payment, which Lucy Drop had told him is being withheld by the Silk Road market and therefore by Dread Pirate Roberts himself. He goes on to claim that he has put a keylogger on Lucy Drop's computer and can prove it with his login details. He gave $900,000 of product to Lucy Drop for $200,000 up front. He accused DPR, Silk Road and Lucy Drop of working together to scam people, and he continued to threaten to release all the information about the Silk Road users if it wasn't for the fact that he would be paid $500,000. To this, Dread Pirate Roberts responded with the truth. He'd never spoken to Lucy Drop. He had no dealings with him in the first place. There was no deal. He wasn't scamming anybody, and instead suggested that Lucy Drop must be tricking him. This, however, did not convince Friendly Chemist.
Okay, I'm not. He wants his money.
There was no deal. His life was in danger from, quote, not regular people. He just needs to be paid as soon as possible, or he will release the customer information, which would drastically harm the Silk Road business. The vendor information would probably result in most of the top vendors for Silk Road being busted.
But he could be lying. He don't fucking know.
Get in touch
He
with
just want
Lucy
money.
Drop and get back to you. DPR wanted all the information he'd harvested from the keylogger so he could verify it, and clearly at this stage, he was trying to verify whether or not Friendly Alchemist had damaging information, which he claimed to have, and how damaging it would be, sizing up how big of a threat he was to the whole operation. 4 minutes after he sent this reply to Friendly Chemist, he also contacted Lucy Drop for the very first time. I've been contacted by a member named Friendly Chemist. He claims to know you and has done business with you in real life. He's making wild accusations and threats against you, me, and other members of the community. If you indeed know him, could you please provide me with his name and address? I'd like to stop him in his tracks by revealing that I know who he is and will retaliate if he does anything stupid. Please don't contact him if possible. I'd like to handle it myself. Lucy Drop didn't reply. Friendly Chemist replied to his message asking for the keylogger information, stating that he didn't harvest the customer logs, but instead that Lucy Drop, like an idiot, kept in-depth logs of every single transaction he ever made. Thousands of orders, 20 or more vendor
like an
identities,
idiot.
5,000 customer identities, and more. He included a long list of addresses from around the world, which was redacted from the document, but did prove he did have what he said he did. DPR reassured him that he would get in touch once he'd heard back from Lucy Drop, which, of course, Friendly Chemist did not appreciate, since this gave him no clear timeline on when he would be getting the money he allegedly needed to pay off the people who was threatening his family. These people I borrowed money from have been asking me to meet with them and said they don't want to have to come and find me. I'm scared, and you don't seem to even care that you guys are scamming me and putting my life in danger. On March 16th, 2013, an account by the name of Real Lucy Drop claimed that they had been in prison for an undisclosed reason for the last 7 months, and his business partner had stolen his operation, cutting him out of the money and the account. This business partner was now allegedly posing as Lucy Drop and selling weak products or scamming using the reputation he had built up. In this message, he asked how to contact Dread Pirate Roberts. DPR immediately saw this and contacted the account. Hi there, how did this new person gain access to your account? To which the real Lucy Drop responded stating he didn't gain access, as they were partners in real life and they started a Lucy Drop vendor together. He handled the account until he was picked up on a warrant for prior drug offences, and affirming that Friendly Chemist was in fact their middleman for obtaining the product, and ends the message asking this question: how do you know Friendly Chemist? This, of course, is a mistake.
Two Whopper Juniors. Winnie Hut Jr.
First mistake we see. DPR never mentioned Friendly Chemist to real Lucy. The only time he mentioned Friendly Chemist was to an account that he allegedly no longer has access to, as it was stolen by his partner over half a year ago. At this stage, just to make sure we're all following along with the characters in the timeline, Lucy Drop is the vendor that allegedly was exit scamming and has not yet replied to anybody. Dread Pirate Roberts is the Silk Road admin who is being blackmailed by Friendly Chemist, who alleges he is Lucy Drop's plug and a middleman for some very dangerous people who he owes money to. Real Lucy Drop claims he's the original owner of the Lucy Drop account and he's just been released from prison. DPR now responds to Real Lucy Drop stating he's being blackmailed by Friendly Chemist and that he's glad he knows him. He wanted the address, the name, anything he could provide. I need his real world identity so I can threaten him with violence if he were to release any names. I can't let him release those IDs. Real Lucy Drop was of course not keen on this idea. I don't know how I feel about that solution. Remember that he also knows my real world identity and is evidence on me as well. I'm sure you are well aware of what would happen to me if my information was to be released. He would instead set up a meeting and try to reason with Friendly Chemist, to which DPR responds simply, "Okay Lucy, do me proud." Real Lucy Drop came back a day later with a lot of information, essentially reaffirming that Friendly Chemist would release the information as the people he was dealing with were not playing around. The people he borrowed the product from are a big criminal organisation in Canada, the Hells Angels.
Canada.
The plan was presented. The plan involved DPR paying Friendly Chemist what he owed this gang, and in return he would provide drugs to be sold to pay back the loan. Friendly Chemist would also give up his identity as collateral in case DPR was worried of his payment being received and still releasing the documents, damaging the
too
Silk Road
crazy.
market. DPR, of course, didn't like this plan. Give me his identity so I will have leverage in dealing with him. You said you don't know what to do, so let me take over and give me all the info you have so I have the best chance of diffusing this situation. Real Lucy Drop
Diffusing
was
it
not convinced
by
this.
killing.
Yes, I do know his identity, but you threatening him will not
Once
help
you
the
get into that, you
situation.
gotta be
He's
able to
deathly
kill.
afraid of the people he owes money to, and they already know where he lives and where his kids go to school, etc. He was not going to give up the information on Friendly Chemist, not due to the risk of his so-called supplier, but because he was afraid he would turn witness if he got spooked and turn in information about himself, resulting in him going to prison. Do not bother messaging me again if the message does not contain his personal information.
Don't bother
I'm not fronting
messaging
money
me
to
again.
anyone, and I won't be blackmailed. You don't know how to handle this situation, but I do. Dread Pirate
Yeah, but I
Robert's
do.
response was final, and this finality seemed to have gotten through to Real Lucy Drop. If you really think you have a good idea to deal with him, I'll give you the information you want about his identity. Please understand why I'm hesitant, as it is my freedom we're dealing with. He then asked how to send over the ID with plain text or PGP, which is an encryption service commonly used on the darknet. DPR then immediately went back to Friendly Chemist. Have your suppliers contact me here so I can work something out with them. Do not tell them I owe you money. You should copy-paste this message to them. At the same time, he sent a PGP key over to Real Lucy Drop so he could send him over the encrypted ID, which is exactly what Real Lucy Drop did. The information that was sent, however, was not complete. It didn't have a full address, as DPR responded asking again for his exact address. At this point in the story, on March 25th, 12 days after the first private message interactions from Friendly Chemist and DPR, a new user is introduced, Red and White, and this is where it starts to get real crazy. The first
It's
message
not crazy
reads,
yet.
I was asked to contact you. We are the people Friendly Chemist owes money to. We hold him
It's
and him
all
only
lies, man.
responsible for the missing product or money. He was apparently only getting in touch to find out
Somebody
what
wants
exactly DPR
money.
wanted. DPR, of course, wanted to clarify the whole situation. He himself didn't owe anyone any money, but was instead being blackmailed by Friendly Chemist. I'm not entirely sure what the best action to take is, but I wanted to be in communication with you to see if we can come to a conclusion that works for everyone. At this point, DPR propositions Red and White. You have lots of product, why not sell it on our marketplace? Red and White, of course, was intrigued by this. How much is it possible to sell on here if we listed every product far cheaper than everyone else? We have a majority hold over most of the movement of products in Western Canada. He also touches on the Friendly Chemist situation, how Friendly Chemist will not meet up with them due to fear of what they may do to him, how the gang might not want to sell on Silk Road due to this missing $700,000. If you can get Friendly Chemist to meet up with us or pay us his debt, then I'm sure I would be able to get people in our group to give this online side of business a try. After this message, DPR contacted Real Lucy Drop again, clearly desperate to get the full address of Friendly Chemist now that he has this fantastic offer from Red and White. Why haven't you gotten the address yet? Bring me the address and $1,000 in Bitcoin is yours. He also responded back to Red and White. In my eyes, Friendly Chemist is a liability, and I wouldn't mind if he was executed, but then you'd be out your 700k. Accompanying this blunt opening, he also gave up information he gained from Real Lucy Drop, the full name, age, rough address location, as well as the fact that Friendly Chemist has a wife and 3 kids. The rest of the message is information on how much money they could make from selling product on the Silk Road website. Red and White, however, no longer needed that information. He already knew who Friendly Chemist was, and he also has another prize. We have kidnapped Friendly Chemist partner Jin and are on the hunt for Friendly Chemist. This news was exciting to DPR. I understand, and that is great news about Jin. If I understand the situation, he's the one responsible for your loss. Now, to take a quick break and clarify the roles
So
here,
he's
who
dead.
exactly is Jin?
These guys just texting back and forth, but it's actually
Lucy
people's
Drop,
lives.
the partner of Real Lucy Drop, who
This shit's actually messing with people's lives. They actually get killed. That's crazy. The world is crazy.
allegedly stole his business and used his reputation to scam. Jin would then be responsible for selling the product from Friendly Chemist and therefore owing him the $700,000 that he would need to pay back to Red and White. However, at this point, Red and White clarifies that they are no longer missing any product. There is no loss anymore also. We were able to recover all of our missing product when we grabbed Jin. After some questioning, he admitted he was intending on moving to a different country and setting up a new seller account on this site. We don't take too kindly to thieves. He's gone. This is when Friendly Chemist started to ramp up his pressure. He knows now that his partner has been taken out and he's panicking big time. You leave me no choice. I want 500,000 USD within 72 hours or I'm going to post all the info I have. I can't go back to my home and I've had to move my wife and kids somewhere else and I need the money so I can move my family and start a new life. What's it going to be? DPR tries to calm him down. Don't do anything foolish. The people you owe money to have caught up with Jin and reclaimed their losses. I spoke to them and calmed them down.
Calm them down.
Here on SR. Now you can calm down too. Go back to your normal life and don't get involved in this stuff anymore. This did not have the intended effect at all. You think I don't know what they did to Jin? You think I can just go on with my life? You don't know these people. I owed them money and I ran away from them. It's over for me. He doubled down on the threat,
that's
though of
crazy.
course now stating that he only had 63 hours remaining. 63 hours to pay the $500,000 or risk having the identities of over 5,000 Silk Road users exposed for buying illegal drugs and services, decimating a large chunk of DPR's business, and exposing dozens of vendors that would also destroy the site's product supply. DPR's response to this threat was strangely calm. Do me a favor and make it 96 hours.
You don't ain't giving no money. Give me 96 hours. You'll be dead by then.
I will get back to you on Monday. I want to work this out, but I have big plans for this weekend, and I don't want to have to deal with this. This wasn't a lie. He did have big plans, though they were plans that Friendly Chemist would definitely not be enjoying. As soon as this message was sent to Friendly Chemist, stalling for time, DPR immediately reached out to Red and White. This is where his weekend's big plans would be revealed. I hate to come to you with a problem when we are just starting to get to know one another, but Blake, Friendly Chemist, is causing me problems. Are you still looking for him, or now that you found Jin, have you given up? I would like to put a bounty on his head if it's not too much trouble for you. What would be an adequate amount to motivate you to find him? Necessities like this do happen from time to time for a person in my position. I have others I can turn to, but it is always good to have options, and you are close to the case right now. Hopefully this is something you are open to and can be another aspect of our business relationship. Regards, DPR. Red and White was open to facilitating this transaction, though there is no firm price listed as of yet. He describes how they usually handle hits. They're not looking for him anymore for their own reasons, but they could be motivated financially to find him if they could agree upon terms. DPR responded to this with what might be viewed as a slight change of mind on the hit. If you can find his location, that may be enough for me to scare him off. He's trying to blackmail me. Just let me know what you need to make this worth your while. Red and White, however, nudged him slightly with some common sense. If I find his location and you use it against him to scare him, there is a chance he will switch locations again. Speaking from experience, it will become a lot more difficult to find him again after that, once he knows that there are people capable of finding him. He then goes on to feel out how much DPR would be willing to pay. How much was ending this man's life worth to him? DPR clarifies the reason for wanting to make him disappear forever. He doesn't owe me anything, but he is threatening to expose the identities of thousands of my clients that he was able to acquire working with Jin if I don't pay him off. As you don't take kindly to thieves, this kind of behavior is unforgivable to me, especially here on Silk Road. Anonymity is sacrosanct, it doesn't have to be clean. Red and White now listed the price. It was expensive. Price for clean is 300,000 plus USD. Price for non-clean is 150 to 200,000 USD, depending on how you want it done. These prices pay for 2 professional hitters, including their travel expenses and work they put in. We can use out-of-town hitters if you want as well, but I would not suggest them because they come with an extra cost, and you don't seem to care how he's taken care of. When would you like this done? DPR, of course, was not a fan of the price. He also revealed this is not his first rodeo. Don't want to be a pain here, but the price seems high. Not long ago, I had a clean hit done for $80,000 US.
They already had somebody killed.
I would like this done ASAP, as he's talking about releasing the info on Monday.
This guy got all this money from this illegal website, and he's hiring people to kill people, this and that, and he's the freaking kingpin. That's crazy. Damn, son.
White now knew that he was in the ultimate power position in terms of negotiation. There's a strict deadline where the person needed to vanish within the next 24 hours, and that means it's unlikely DPR would be able to find another hitter in time for less money, especially since Red and White is the one who knows the location of Friendly Chemist already. I'm sorry, but we can't do anything for that price. Best I can do is 150, and even that is pushing it. Since you need a rush job done, usually we would charge even more. In the interest of business relationship to be, I could do 150, no lower. If 150 does not work for you, we're gonna have to pass. He follows up with some information on how this money is distributed, the methods they use for the hits, and then replies again right after to move things along due to the deadline. The time for negotiating was over. He left this message with both a Bitcoin address and finality. Check the computer in about 10 hours, and if I see that you do want to go ahead with this and the payment has been sent, we'll do it today. If you want a confirmation of the job afterwards, give me random numbers and I'll have them write them beside him and take a picture for you. DPR responded the same day with confirmation. Thank you, R&W. I've only ever commissioned the one other hit, so I'm still learning this market. I have no problem putting my faith in you, and I'm sure you will do a good job. The exchange rate is above 90 right now, so at $90 per Bitcoin, 150,000 is about 1,670 Bitcoin. If the market tanks in the next few days, I will send more. Here are some random numbers for a picture. Here is the transaction hash for 1,670 Bitcoin to your address. Good luck and be safe. The blockchain doesn't lie. He did send exactly this amount of Bitcoin on this exact date to that exact address. This is clear evidence of Dread Pirate Roberts hiring a hitman to kill Friendly Chemist, a result of a blackmail that would expose his customers and ruin his market's credibility. He would clearly do anything to keep Silk Road working as he envisioned. Red and White replied a day later on April 1st, 2013, "Your problem has been taken care of." They seized a bunch of stuff he had with him at the time as well. They said he had a couple of laptops and a bunch of USB sticks. Is there anything that belongs to you? They questioned him and he spilled everything he knew. He said that he and Jin were actually working together on this scheme to blackmail you, and that they were brought in by a third guy who has been selling on here for a couple of years, who is also a scam artist. Apparently he makes selling accounts, sells for a while, and then pulls a big scam and just keeps creating new accounts after he does his scams. They got that guy's name also. I will give that to you free of charge when I meet them to get the picture and computer hardware they got. Rest easy though, because he won't be blackmailing anyone again, ever.
Damn.
He was professional in his response, but he was clearly happy the job was done and also shows interest in learning more about this third party. Excellent work. Please send any info you can on this third party along with a picture. The picture can be uploaded here. I've no need for any of his possessions, so you can do what you want with that stuff. Thank you again for your assistance. Red and White replied the next day with a long message explaining exactly what Friendly Chemist spilled in his last moments of interrogation. He goes over how Jin and Friendly Chemist were working with a man named Andrew from Surrey. He was defrauding people in the way we previously covered, essentially making accounts, getting a good reputation, selling great products with above and beyond service, and then after luring people into a false sense of security, would do one big sale and exit scam all the money. He listed two
Exit
accounts he
scam all
knows
the
the
money.
name of other than Lucy Drop, which were used by this group: Nipple Suck Canuck and Tourney 76, a seller that many people on the Silk Road forums had long since speculated was actually Lucy Drop due to their similarities of writing patterns, method of scam, and location being Canada. The puzzle was starting to fit together and the picture was clear. This group was orchestrating scams for years now, stealing thousands of Bitcoin and damaging DPR's vision for the Silk Road, and he couldn't let them get away with it. After some short back and forth about stripping location data from a picture so they could upload proof of the hit on Friendly Chemist, the wheels start to turn for the second murder for hire the DPR would put out on the accomplice.
Damn.
If you can find him, I would like to know. He also confirms he received the picture of Friendly Chemist with the numbers next to him after the hit took place, and that he had deleted the picture for safety. He wanted to take out Andrew, the accomplice, but he also wanted to make sure Friendly Chemist was telling the truth. I'd rather miss the chance to take him out than hit an innocent person. He also wanted Andrew to be held and interrogated. The idea being, if
Why?
this was the remaining member
I
of the
don't
group
understand.
defrauding his
I don't understand. You talking about innocent people and bad people. Once you kill somebody, shit, it's over. There's no innocent no more. You going straight to hell, buddy.
customers, he would have substantial funds that may be retrievable. Red and White, of course, was open to this and sets about the job. I will send 2 of my guys to do some recon right now and find out what I can about him and get back to you immediately. We can discuss price later once we know more. PR seemed conflicted about potentially having the wrong man, but at the same time,
Whether you're looking for a date or the love of your life, you know.
Oh yeah? And your bumba?
in the potential of recovering tens of thousands of stolen Bitcoin. He's likely to be sitting on many thousands of stolen Bitcoin, perhaps tens of thousands, so I would think we'd want to work him over to get those funds back. Red and White returned later that day with the recon. Apparently the supplier of illicit products that Andrew was using had rolled on him, giving up what he ordered, the frequency of the orders, and his plans to move out of the province very soon. That might be because he's found out about Jin and Friendly Chemist and is now scared. The rest of this message retells the information they got from interrogating Friendly Chemist in more detail and how all the information lined up. He also stated that after finding where Andrew was staying, he had 3 other people in the house with him for a total of 4 in the building. The people were also in on the scheme. They were selling product with Andrew, aka Tourney 76. The reason these 3 people being in the building and working with him is critically important to the story is that Red and White also talked about a potential 15,000 Bitcoin theft in this message. This means that somewhere in that building with these 4 people, one of which he knows DPR already wants to have removed from life, could be over 20,000 Bitcoin, which at the time would be worth around $2 million.
Damn.
The message ends, do you want to deal with this Andrew guy, or do you want me to put the team on standby? DPR was led to this conclusion like a horse to water, and he started to drink. I'm confident enough
And
that
he
is
started
him
to
move
drink.
forward. Can we round up all 4 of them, separate them, and get them to out each other and give up their stolen money? He then explains how it could be difficult to recover the Bitcoin if the team of hitters are not familiar with how Bitcoin works, and that he would need more information to piece together how much this crew could have actually stolen. Red and White explained that this would be very difficult. He could pull it off, but it would require more hitters, and there are no discounts for group jobs. In fact, due to the difficulty, it should go up in price. However, since the working relationship was going good so far, he would do it for $150,000 each, $600,000 total for all 4 of them to be interrogated and then removed from this mortal realm. DPR, however, wasn't hot on this idea. Not on the idea of removing them from life, but on the idea it would cost him $600,000. Clearly, the dollar sign was the issue, so it was back to the original plan. Okay, let's just hit Andrew and leave it at that. Try to recover the funds, but if not, then not. How much do you need for this? Red and White, however, hadn't given up on this idea. If you want to hit Andrew only, I can have it done for 150 just like last time. We wouldn't be able to do it at their place though, because there are always at least a few of them there from what I'm told, since it is their home office. So we wouldn't be able to recover any of his things. He goes on to give his opinion on the situation and how if these other three were left to continue their scams, they would continue to cause issues for DPR and Silk Road. He also offers a discount for the whole package. If you would like to do the others as well, I would be able to have it done for 500,000 USD. If you do not want all of them and just Andrew, it would be 150k. I would prefer to do all four, as it would be better than having to get Andrew somewhere else and have no chance of recovering any potential product / money he may have. Anything recovered would be split 50-50 with you. This message ends with a prompt for payment. If you would like just Andrew done, send 150,000 USD to the same address you sent the other funds to. If you would
That's
like all four of them
crazy.
done and product / money recovered from there, send 500,000 USD to the same address you sent the other funds to. This was enough to convince DPR. Okay, I'll defer to your better judgment and hope we can recover some assets from them. 500,000 in Bitcoin has been sent.
Damn.
Bitcoin was $166 each. He listed the transaction hash, and once again, this transaction is publicly verifiable. On April 8th, 2013, DPR sent 3,000 Bitcoin valued at $498,000 to the same wallet he previously sent 150,000 for the murder of Blake, aka Friendly Chemist. 3 days later, on April 11th, Red and White messaged DPR to update him on the status of the job. Our hitters have been watching their house, and we have a 1 week window to do it. But I just wanted to ask you a couple questions before giving them the green light. At this point, he talks about the fluctuating price of Bitcoin and how before they could convert them to real money, the price dumped to 61 USD each. Essentially, he wanted paying more Bitcoin to cover this fluctuation so they were not massively shortchanged on the job. DPR replied letting him know he would be willing to cover the difference, and then there is a 3-day lull in communication before Red and White gets back in touch. That problem was dealt with. I'll try to catch you online to give you details. Just wanted to let you know right away so you have one less thing to worry about. Beyond this, the communication fizzles out very quickly, and this is where the story ends. The story of Ross Ulbricht, aka Dread Pirate Roberts, is absolutely crazy. At the start of the video, I mentioned 6 murders for hire, and you may have noticed that we only discussed 5 so far. The 4 people in the house and Friendly Chemist. That's because the 6th murder for hire, the one that DPR claimed to have paid $80,000 for, is a different story altogether and never actually happened. He had
never happened.
Murder for hire from an undercover DEA agent, and it was aimed at a former Silk Road staffer. Now, what if I was to tell you that the other 5 murders for hire, the ones we've just went over, none of those happened either? According to the trial of Ross where these private messages were first presented, no one by any of the names ever existed. He had been scammed, though he likely never knew this was the case until we did. Him and
they
White,
snapped.
the supposed Hells Angels contact who had
That's what I
helped
was
him
saying.
get
It was like a
people for $650,000.
he got all his money that he wanted, plus more.
An untraceable method of instant chat. But remembering back to the start of this video, Ross kept a detailed diary of the Silk Road's creation and operation, which the federal government gained access to when they seized his laptop. In that diary, he writes that he loaned out $500,000 after this period to Red and White to start vending on Silk Road, and then later writes that Red and White flaked out and disappeared with my $500,000. This means that Ross paid out $1.15 million in Bitcoin to someone who tricked him using multiple accounts.
Got him.
An elaborate fanfiction, and honestly,
that was nasty.
Fanfiction. He used the fact that many users drew links between
this guy
76 and Lucy Drop due to their location being Canada, very similar writing styles and
he played his mind against him hard as a motherfucker. He knew he was paranoid as fuck. He was like, I gotta figure out a way. That's crazy, because that Red and White guy popping up out of nowhere is just ridiculous.
Methods of exit scamming, and then he introduced enough real-world elements while keeping the pressure on after discovering the primary motivations of DPR. As soon as he knew that DPR would do anything he could to protect the Silk Road marketplace, he could just constantly introduce threats and also solutions. Ross was never charged for these 5 murders for hire that
what's
never
up,
happened,
man?
Despite the Bitcoin he sent to
Anyway, you
White
could
being
follow back.
verifiably from his very own personal Bitcoin wallet. He did, however, get
I
charged
never even
on
got to
7 counts
follow,
related
man. What
to
you
drug
talking about?
trafficking, money laundering, and computer hacking. And for this, Ross Ulbricht received 30 years to life in prison, which is where he remains today. As for the money in today's market, the total that Ross was scammed out of was 7,225 Bitcoin, which on the 10th of April 2022 would be worth $308 million.
$308 million.
During a later investigation, Bitcoins traded from Red and White's account lined up with another seller on Silk Road named Mary Jane Is My Muse, both of which were registered on a Canadian Bitcoin exchange that had the name James Ellingson. The Silk Road is the source
I got
of
0
many
followers.
stories,
What are you talking
but
about,
this
dog?
one for me definitely wins the prize.
That was crazy. That was a crazy one. This guy got him. That was crazy. That was a crazy one. This guy got him. All right, let's go back to PKing. I mean, that's a mess. I gotta learn. Then I'll go into the wild and try to kill people. Let's see what's up. I didn't fix the filters. The $1 billion whale. Oh, somebody's trying to kill me. Somebody's trying to kill me, dogs. And he's doing a good job. And I'm dead. I'm dead. Damn, see, this is where I fuck up at.
Thrown millions. A billion-dollar whale, both figuratively and literally, is being internationally hunted by dozens of authorities, but like a shadow, can never be caught. This crafty and wealthy fugitive has thrown millions of dollars into movies without a sweat. He's dated models men can only dream about, and has enjoyed an extravagant life with an unquenchable, rapacious appetite for wealth. One inconspicuous man who had nothing to lose but everything to gain. Joe Low, the Asian Great Gatsby. In the time span
Asian
of 20
Great
years,
Gatsby.
Joe went from college graduate to businessman extraordinaire to celebrity socialite, but happens to stand accused of siphoning upwards of $8 billion. To this day, there are countless unanswered questions and conspiracies surrounding Joe Low, his business dealings, companies, and acquaintances. Was he a government asset, or was it all for personal gain? Maybe he just wanted to prove a point. Did people know of his crimes but turn a blind eye in hopes of some sort of mutual prosperity? If anything's certain, Joe pulled off the greatest heist in mankind's history, beginning a fake life through predatory means with the intention of never leaving the paradise he stole. Joe was born on November 4th, 1981, as the youngest of 3 children to a moderately wealthy Chinese family living in Malaysia. Joe and his family lived in Georgetown, an old British development located on Penang Island. From all accounts, it's believed the Low family came to Penang in the 1960s, fleeing the onset of the Second World War, Japanese aggression, as well as a civil war that would displace millions throughout China.
Dead.
Joe's grandfather, Lo Meng Tak, had made the arduous journey to Penang in the hopes of giving his family a safe and stable life. Tak was a businessman and philanthropist who held interests in Chinese real estate, liquor distilleries, and iron mining. The new start he provided for his family allowed Joe's grandfather to build a small fortune. Joe Lo's father, Hock Peng Lo, otherwise known as Larry Lo, was also a businessman who increased the family's standings by founding the investment holding company MWE Holdings. Larry Lo owned a minority stake in his garment company, which operated under MWE Holdings, and participated in an acquisition deal of a Canadian technology firm. The deal was overvalued, and Larry took the excess money and funneled it to offshore bank accounts to greatly increase the Lo family's wealth. The very techniques he used would later inspire his sons Joe and Zen to follow in their father's footsteps, effectively using anonymous front companies to control bank accounts that they set up in the British Virgin Islands. It's all in the family, considering Joe Lo's sister, Mei Lin, conveniently became a lawyer who specialized in offshore dealings. All the more reason to suspect the Lo family of knowingly committing international fraud to benefit themselves and hurt millions of people. By this point, the Lo's were millionaires and stayed apart from the majority of islanders who lived on $1,000 or less per month. As a child, Joe attended Chongling High School and performed well in all of his subjects. According to the Sun Daily, one of Joe's old classmates corroborated the fact about Joe's intellect, but also added he kept a low profile. Quote, "He was not a popular kid. Maybe because of his appearance. He did not attempt to make himself famous. However, all of his pupils were aware he came from a well-off family. In the 1990s, the family's small fortune allowed Joe to continue his studies at the International School of Penang, one of the oldest and most prestigious schools in Malaysia. However, Joe's education was not over. He would later go on to attend Harrow in 1998. A strict all-boys boarding school in London, known for their distinguished alumni such as Winston Churchill and Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India. Allegedly, while studying at Harrow, Joe began his first real schemes. After all, his peers counted their wealth in the billions, not just millions, which was a problem. Harrow is known to be a feeder school for Oxford and
I thought they both killed each other.
Wealthy families across the globe consider sending their children here as an investment that pays off in the social circles alone. Joe seized any opportunity he could to mingle with students from affluent or royal families, especially those of Asian or Middle Eastern descent. He even enjoyed infiltrating nightclubs by forging letters, pretending to be celebrities, in order to party with friends among models and athletes. At one point during college, Joe rented an entire nightclub in Philadelphia for $40,000, just as a way for his peers to respect him. And yes, it was daddy's money. Appearance was literally everything in Joe Lo's eyes. Lo's father and grandfather may have just wanted to secure the future of their family in Malaysia, so that they would never have to stress about money again. Nonetheless, Joe Lo harbored ambitions to one day become so rich that the world would never look down upon him. These ambitions came to life in the form of lies that were so severe and exaggerated that he once convinced a bunch of school friends to visit him in his, quote, Malaysian Royal Palace. So he rented a yacht and used his family's holiday home to convince the billionaire heirs who were visiting him that he really was that guy. As a student, he was always looking for ways to spin a web
Damn,
of powerful
I
people,
misclicking
which
like
eventually
crazy.
led him to befriend
How
Riza
the fuck?
Aziz, the stepson of
Damn.
Najib Razak. Najib will come to play a vital role in this entire fraud because he was
PK, this
next
shit
in
is
line
not
to become
fucking easy.
Malaysia's 6th prime minister. Over the course of his remaining time at Harrow, Joe developed a close relationship with Riza and routinely networked his way with others to the top of the money chain. Whether it was his choice or his parents', Joe decided to further his education by enrolling at the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business. UPenn, Wharton specifically, is known for producing the most billionaires of any college. So it seems as if Joe was already priming himself to become the university's next whale. Similar to his previous schooling, Joe cultivated connections with powerful families within Wharton in order to stack the odds in his favor in pulling his scheme off. On campus, Joe became an uncontrollable liar who went out of his way to convince his wealthy peers that his family was of royal descent. In reality, all Chinese families that immigrated to Malaysia or Penang specifically were traders and merchants. Joe may have not had royal blood, but he was definitely a smooth salesman. Before finishing college, Joe was already managing money for his friends and family, except he had no real experience, he just acted like he did. Through his contact list, Jolo learned that a ton of money was sitting in the Middle East. At the age of 22, he took a trip to the United Arab Emirates and sat down with Yusuf al-Otaiba and Khaldoon Khalifa al-Mubarak. Jolo was utterly consumed by how much money these two men controlled. Over the course of their lunch, Jolo was ecstatic to learn about sovereign wealth funds, the very funds that Mubarak controlled. Upon returning home from his meeting as a senior in college, he took out a loan and founded a company called the Winton Group in the British Virgin Islands. According to Joe, Winton stood for Win Tons of Money. While Joe
Win tons
was
of money.
Puns and trying to get his hands on billions of misappropriated dollars, his brother Zen joined Goldman Sachs after college. Joe could have pursued this route as well, but believed an office job could stifle his chances at making real money. In 2005, Joe would graduate from Wharton with all the necessary credentials to place him at the head of the siphon.
That shit up.
In 2005, Jolo moved back to Malaysia and set up offices in their biggest, most opulent buildings, while using debt to buy a stake in the infamous Iskandar project. Joe's scheme was to source Middle Eastern money for investments in Malaysia and incorporate Najib Razak as the dealmaker in an effort to get closer to him. He knew that by doing this, it would spark Najib's desire to compete with Singapore, which was a richer country at the time. If this deal went through, it would make Najib look like a competent leader.
Oh, that shit only hit at 8, dog.
Trust and respect he so desperately wanted. The success of Jolo's future heists depended on his relationship with Najib, considering he would hold immense power in Malaysia as prime minister in the years to come. The Iskandar project was as Jolo's first heist. The goal of Iskandar was to get investors to pump money into Malaysian development projects overseen by Jolo and involving the mutual investment from two sovereign wealth funds, Khazanah of Malaysia and Mubadala of Abu Dhabi. Unfortunately for Joe, he never received a broker fee and was absolutely livid, deciding upon a new course of action which would solidify his name in any possible future deal. He set up another company called Abu Dhabi Kuwait Malaysia Investment Company in the British Virgin Islands and gave free shares to Yusuf al-Otaiba, among other powerful people, to make it appear that it was backed by huge money. Remember, Jolo didn't have any money himself, but he did this as a way to secure funding for buying out construction companies in order to win the contracts of development in the Iskandar project. He would then continue to abuse the lax laws in the British Virgin Isles by setting up two fraudulent shell companies based out of Seychelles, the ADIA Investment Corporation and the KIA Investment Corporation. He essentially just added the words investment corporation to two already established sovereign wealth funds, essentially making them copycat companies that had nothing to do with the actual ones. This wasn't the only financial trick exploited. Joe used a financial tool known as bearer shares, which is a type of share that doesn't need to be registered under a specific person or business. By doing this, Joe was able to create one share denoting ownership, represented by a physical ticket, and whoever owned the document, aka Joe Lowe, was the owner of the company. This technique is rife with fraud, and there's a reason it's outlawed in the US and the UK. You'll really only see this in countries that allow financial sheltering. Joe's genius was just an illusion that made it seem like massive funds were backing his every business move. He then used these mummer shell companies to buy minority stake in construction developers associated with Iskandar. In typical Joe Lowe fashion, he convinced a clueless and corrupt Malaysian investor named Abdul Taib Mahmood to purchase his overinflated shares of his shell companies, which were now tied to the Iskandar project. Joe Lowe made out with approximately $110 million from this deal, making him more cash rich than any of his peers or family members straight out of college. Except this was just a drop in the bucket for what he was about to orchestrate. In 2009, on the onset of Joe's tirade through the business world, his best friend, Riza Aziz's stepfather,
okay, I'm gonna say, if I didn't kill him right there,
according to Billion Dollar Whale, Najib turned into a corrupt politician after his father died. Najib's father tried to instill values into his son so that he would not abuse his power, but his power trip was seemingly inevitable. One of the most interesting stories surrounding Najib is his tie to a murder of one of his aides' model girlfriend. Shari Bugan El Tantuya was allegedly shot and blown up with quarry explosives on October 18th, 2006 in Shah Alam, Malaysia. The exact reasons why she was killed are murky at best, but it can be inferred that she knew too much information regarding corruption at the highest of levels. Two men on Najib's personal security detail were convicted and are now waiting on death row. As reported by a Malaysian court filing, Najib had ordered the two men to, quote, arrest and destroy the model because they believed her to be a foreign spy. If you're going to become an insanely powerful dictator with billions of dollars at your disposal, you have to be willing to get your hands dirty. Najib, seeking political leverage, wanted people to believe his goal was to make Malaysia a more developed nation. But instead, Najib met with wealthy investors such as Prince Turki, the seventh son of King Abdullah, in order to secure money from Saudi Arabia. And this money wasn't going to the Malaysian people. Prince Turki was specifically chosen as he was a tactical friend of Joe Lowe, and truth be told, had hardly any influence or power in Saudi Arabia. A man with no actual business experience, Turki, by one way or another, was co-founder of an international private oil company named Petro Saudi. Turki was used to woo Najib Razak and get him on board with Joe's goal of a united Saudi Arabia and Malaysia in the form of a joint venture account. Turki wanted to win the rights for oil exploration attached to Saudi Arabia. Ended up convincing Najib
See how easy it is to fucking die? Should have won that shit easy. Damn.
In comes 1MDB. 1MDB,
I was doing good.
Development
I like that.
was the successor of
that.
the TIA, or Terengganu Investment Authority, and was not federally controlled until Najib took power. It was formerly used as a development fund for the Malaysian state of Terengganu. 1MDB was spawned as a way to invest any excess capital into other markets as a means to benefit the entire nation, its citizens, and economy. However, as soon as the fund gained a footing, Najib, Joe, and their associates couldn't contain their greed. They were more than happy to rebrand the TIA into their own piggy bank, headed by Najib's personal slogan, One Malaysia, a promise of promoting national unity and efficient governance. By design, Joe Low was never given a formal position at 1MDB, yet he was allowed unrestricted access to the fund because his high-profile ties in Malaysia, the Middle East, and the United States were all he needed to facilitate multiple billion-dollar transactions. The grand heist that transpired began with Turkey, although really Joe Low, convincing Najib Razak that Petro Saudi was a perfect partner to open a joint venture with. Petro Saudi was then going to use the investments from the Malaysian government, also known as 1MDB, to expand their oil markets and turn a profit for the both of them. That was the idea, anyway. Joe rented the mega yacht, the Alpha Nero, that charters for over $500,000 a week, and invited deep-pocketed investors like Prince Turki and prominent politician Najib Razak, along with his wife, to indulge their vices. As the yacht drifted down the French Riviera, everyone aboard enjoyed life and let the veneer of wealth whisk them away. After this Mediterranean getaway, Najib was eager to pump 1MD money into the joint account. The plan was to have 1MDB put $1 billion into the joint venture that Petro Saudi would then use to fuel their expansion. Banks such as BSI declined the prospective account because they could smell a disaster waiting to happen with shady figures such as Joe Low loosely attached to the deal. His name on paper glowed in the dark as Joe held no official title at 1MDB. But a simple no wasn't going to stop him. All he had to do was just keep asking until he got the answer that he wanted. In order to pull this off, Joe had to convince banks to let the money transfers through, as well as figure out a way to get his hands into the flow of money. Eventually, his wish came true, and JP Morgan Suisse gave them the green light, with $1 billion being cleared to jumpstart the joint venture. What Joe Low did not declare to board members of 1MDB was that $700 million of the $1 billion was to be sent from the joint venture to an unclaimed RBS Coots account titled Goodstar Limited, a bearer share shell company set up by Joe Low in Seychelles. Joe Low was somehow able to convince the Dutch Bank of Malaysia that Petro Saudi was actually in control of Goodstar. However, there was still one obstacle preventing the heist from coming to fruition. The $700 million sum needed to be verified by US banks because it was in a dollar amount. JP Morgan had no problem letting the money through once again, as the enormous sum of money seemed to camouflage with ordinary money floating around global markets. This left just $300 million in the joint venture. Since Joe Low held the bearer share title to Goodstar, it made him the official recipient of $700 million cash. This type of fraud would dwarf any infamous Ponzi scheme before it. Joe Low had no shareholders, zero investors, just co-conspirators that he had to pay off handsomely. This maneuver made Joe Low quite possibly the most cash-rich person on the planet. With this much liquid capital sitting in a Swiss bank account, it was time to blow it on treasures the likes of which the world has never seen before.
I don't know how I'm still
Ever
alive.
since he was a child, Joe Low had a fascination with American culture and its veneration of big spenders. As he returned to the United States, flush with cash, he became a god in the nightlife scene. In the span of 8 months, from October 2009 to June 2010, Joe Low reportedly spent over $85 million on partying, gambling, and complete and utter gluttony. He would have breakfast in London and dinner in New York, all because he could. With all this money, you can bet Joe was sleeping on the finest silks and cushions.
Oh, I should have killed them.
He used Helix, which is why today's video is sponsored by Helix. Helix Sleep makes premium mattresses and bedding customized to fit your needs, conveniently shipped in a box right to your doorstep. You don't even have to leave your house. Everybody's different, and Helix knows that. That's why they designed a sleep quiz that helps match your unique body type with your sleeping preferences.
Come on.
So that you can find
End them! Let's go! I don't know how I'm still alive. Shit.
Find the best compromise for everyone. Personally, I like to sleep on my side and I prefer a medium mattress.
This guy had a lot of shit.
I was matched with the Midnight Lux. I've been sleeping on
I want that
Helix
crossbow.
mattresses
Where the
for
fuck
well
is
over
it at?
2
There
years
it is.
now, and ever since I moved, I had to upgrade from a queen to a king.
And
That's how much
where?
I love my Helix. The days of going to a mattress store are over.
I didn't
You
even
no
pick it
longer
up,
have to sit
really.
through an annoying sales pitch only to be sold an uncomfortable, overpriced mattress. Your new Helix comes rolled in a box directly to you. I actually had
There's 3
fun
people
setting up my
left.
new mattress. It took me just under 5 minutes to carry it up the stairs and watch my new bed spring to life. You don't even have to take it from me. If Sebastian's sleeping on it, you know it's the best. If it makes you nervous to buy something that you haven't tried yet in person, Helix offers a 100-night sleep trial. This gives you a
I
little
got
bit
too
over
much
3
stuff in my
months to
inventory.
completely fall in love with
I
your
don't
new
like that.
mattress. Best of all, every Helix comes with a 10-year warranty. They offer flexible payment plans and even have financing options available.
I'm not that
So
good
a
yet
great
to have
night's
all this
sleep
crap
is
in my
never that far
inventory.
away. I love
Well, let's
my
see what I
Helix,
can
and
do.
I think you would too. If you're in the need for a new bed, check out Here's lavish parties consumed him. If someone were to spend $100,000 on a game of roulette in Vegas, Joe would drop $1 million without the blink of an eye. The amount of money he was spending made millionaires noticeably
See
uncomfortable. People
the
close to
see
him at
what's
the time
happening.
remember how shy but polite he was, stating that he was among the nicest, uber-rich people they've ever met. I mean, it would make sense, considering it wasn't even his money in the first place. Rumors would circulate about how he came into his wealth, but no one ever pried too hard, as they mostly just wanted to be around him for his money. The next moves made by Jolo could get quite confusing, as he himself was scrambling to close deals and appease officials, all while trying to pay back stolen money with even more stolen money. The partying did not stop, and his spending did not slow down. He just became more resourceful. His goal was to establish a multimedia entertainment empire in the form of music and film, all while purchasing top-tier real estate to bolster his investments. This would allow him to pay back money he drained from 1MDB and plug any financial holes he created for good. By 2010, Lowe was acting as principal steward of Jinwell Capital, an international private equity firm co-founded by Joe and his older brother, Zen Lowe. Rooted in the past, invested in the future.
How do we define value?
Oh, dang, I should have killed him. Damn, that was a good fucking game. Shit, I went off on that one. Ah, damn. Yeah.
Is quality something we can hear?
Is quality something we can hear? Is it? Is it? Is it you? Got a call. We gotta take a quick commercial break. Oh, shivvy me timbers. Just taking a little break from PJing. If anybody want to talk about anything, say it in the chat, or we can talk about it.
Is excitement something we...
No.
There's 3 stages.
Yeah, let's see what's going on with this guy from Flash. Keep hearing he keeps getting in trouble, but I don't really know what he's doing. So let's find out.
And larceny.
AKA the Bengal Ghouls, the Mad Goose Wizard.
The Mad Goose Wizard. You gotta be careful for the Mad Goose.
I'm transgender and I'm binary and I don't want to be.
I'm transgender and I'm binary. Oh shit.
Whoa, bro.
You said I'm transgender and I'm binary. You don't know what he is.
They tell me my name is Ezra Miller.
That's what they tell me.
They tell me that this is called fishing for answers.
And they tell me that they gave you too much money and you lost your mind. Fame and success. Oh.
Ezra Miller was on track to become a Hollywood A-lister from an early age. In 2008, he dropped out of high school at 16 after the release of his first film, After School. Just 2 years later, he had a lead role in Beware the Gonzo and another role in Every Day, which both premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival. Ezra quickly became well known among management corporations and found himself landing even bigger roles in more popular films. Some of these earlier performances include cameos in the Showtime comedy series Californication and the film We Need to Talk About Kevin. However, most consider Ezra's breakout role to be in the 2012 film The Perks of Being a Wallflower. These roles may have tested his acting, but the opportunity of being cast as a superhero seemed all too enticing. That's why Ezra's most recognizable character came in 2017 as The Flash in DC Comics' Justice League.
Putting together a team, people with special abilities.
People with special abilities.
Stop right there. I'm in.
As good as an actor he may seem, Ezra's choices outside the studio point towards a
So
more
he was
distorted
always
reality.
crazy.
When
You just
Ezra
gave a
was
crazy
19
guy
years
money.
old, he had his first run-in with law enforcement. On June 11th, 2011, Ezra was found with a, quote, brown vegetable material during a standard traffic stop. He was charged with marijuana possession, but a New Jersey judge dismissed the charge and issued him 2 disorderly conduct citations and a $600 fine. Everyone deserves a second chance, but this may have been the first mistake that led Ezra to believe he could escape the law. Around the same time of his marijuana possession, similar to our old friend Jared Leto, Ezra was part of a band called Sons of an Illustrious Father. It seems Hollywood degenerates must complete their Guitar Hero prerequisite before allegedly abusing any girls. In 2012, the public got a deeper look into Ezra's life, who openly stated he struggled with a confused adolescence and came out as queer, but never fully accepted the term and avoided using it.
You did an interview with Out Magazine, so you say, I'm queer.
Word.
The use of the word queer, yeah, word. What is it? What does it mean? You didn't really define what it meant.
It means that, like, I think at this point, in our world, we've got a really confused idea of the way gender and sexuality works, and I think we've
No, it's a boy and a girl. There's no confusion. People trying to confuse it.
in the way we think about gender, and I guess I identify as queer because I don't identify with that. I think that makes us less whole.
He, or they, later rephrased his identity and is quoted as saying, I don't identify as a man, I don't identify as a woman, I barely identify as a human. It's hard to know when Ezra is being genuine, as he often maliciously uses the LGBTQ community's ideology to justify his own, quote, non-human, untouchable God complex.
That's all it is.
Around him. It's not uncommon for young actors to stray from their path of success. Oftentimes, adults use them and disregard any industry trauma associated with Hollywood's hidden vices. For example, during an interview in 2018, Ezra told the press of an incident that occurred earlier in his career with an unnamed director and producer. Ezra publicly said, "They gave me wine and I was underaged. They were like, hey, wanna be in our movie about gay revolution? And I was like, no, you guys are monsters." There is no way to know the validity of this story, as he doesn't name anyone involved, and no facts have come out since then. Nonetheless, Ezra didn't let anyone stop him. In 2014, Ezra landed a significant franchise role as Barry Allen, or The Flash. This role undoubtedly fed into his ego, and gave him all of the wealth he needed to quite literally do whatever he wanted. Clear signs of mental distress combined with a Hollywood salary never makes for a happy outcome. Dealing with unaddressed trauma as a youth, the full scope of Ezra's abusive behavior manifested as an adult. The years ahead would shed some light on Ezra's private life and how he acted off camera. From an acting standpoint, Ezra loves to get deeply involved in his roles and method act for certain characters, which shouldn't be confused with his delusions of grandeur. To start things off, in February of 2020, while filming for his upcoming movie, Fantastic Beasts, Ezra converted his Airbnb in Iceland into a spiritual commune. One participant claimed everyone, which included a series of artists and expats, was hypnotized, and people began to believe they had mystical powers. Also, the Airbnb had uncomfortable beds, which is why today's video is sponsored by Helix. Helix Sleep makes people at the Airbnb also claimed that they were afraid of Ezra's erratic behavior and emotional outbursts. As Barry Allen, the fastest man alive, and Credence Barebone, a troubled orphan, Ezra was bound to come across thrilled DC and Harry Potter fans wherever he went, though one fan in particular received a bit more than expected.
What do you do for a living?
In April of 2020, a fan greeted Ezra outside of a bar in Reykjavik, Iceland. Little did she know, he was having absolutely none of it.
Learn it? Did you want to fight? Is that the deal?
Oh shit.
Following the release of the
This
video,
guy lost his
Miller
fucking
faced
mind.
significant criticism and calls for him to address the incident publicly. In response, Miller issued a statement apologizing for his actions
He's
and
non-binary.
acknowledging the harm that he caused. Miller stated that he was deeply sorry for what had happened and that he had not intended to harm anyone. He also explained that he was suffering from a serious panic attack at the time and that his behavior was a result of that. While Miller's apology was widely shared and some fans even expressed support for him, others remained skeptical and critical of his actions, and rightfully so. From the Icelandic woman's point of view, she explained how she approached Ezra to ask about his flip-flops. After a quote, cordial conversation, things turned south as Ezra snapped and challenged her to fight. But this was far from the only account of Ezra's aggressive behavior. Another anonymous woman, going by the name Nadia, claimed she had a 2-year friends with benefits phase with Ezra. The relationship came to an abrupt end one night when Nadia told Ezra he couldn't smoke inside her apartment. Nadia exclaimed, quote, "That just set him off. I asked him to leave 20 times, but he insulted me. Called
But
me
he insulted
transphobic
me.
and a Nazi while spreading tobacco leaves on the floor." At one point during Ezra's tantrum, he is quoted as saying, "I am the maker of planets. Tobacco is sacred." Clearly, there is a significant gear missing from Ezra's already decaying cerebellum. 2 years later, in 2022, Ezra went on a string of unhinged and aggressive tirades akin to someone on the verge of insanity. He kicked off the year in January by posting a cryptic message addressing the Ku Klux Klan. He honestly would have just been better off with more explaining and less rambling.
Hi, this is Ezra Miller, aka the Bengal Ghouls, the Mad Goose Wizard, and this is a message for the Beulahville chapter of the North Carolina Ku Klux Klan. Hello, first of all, how are y'all doing? It's me. Look, if y'all want to die, I suggest just killing yourselves with your own guns. Okay? Otherwise, keep doing exactly what you're doing right now, and you know what I'm talking about. And then, we'll do it for you if that's really what you want. Okay, talk to you soon, okay? Bye!
It evidently
What the
shows that he
fuck?
is incapable of controlling his anger. When he lashes
I don't know
out,
what that
it's
was about.
basically at random. A fan on the street, a woman he had a
This guy
relationship
knows.
with, some
Guy's
KKK
gone.
chapter
Some
in
crazy
North
shit happened to him.
Carolina,
That's what it is.
although, sure, why not? There is no method to this madness. Ezra's anger is effectively levied against anyone at any time, and headline after headline indicate
And
a
they definitely
massive
seen all
disconnect
these videos,
between
but
his
they
mental
still hired
state
him.
and the reality around him. Just 2 months later, in March, this time on a Zoom call,
To be the
Ezra was
face
charged with
of the
disorderly
Flash.
conduct and harassment stemming from a late-night fiasco at a karaoke bar in Hawaii. The Hawaii police stated Miller began yelling obscenities and grabbed the microphone from a 23-year-old woman singing. He also
He
lunged
don't
at
like
a man
women, huh?
throwing darts and was told to calm down several times. Nonetheless, Ezra's behavior only landed him a $500 fine, while 2 additional counts were dismissed by a judge. Not only did he fight patrons at a karaoke bar, weeks before, cops were called for another disturbance at a bar. In this video, you can see Ezra getting denied entry to a bar with what looks like to be an employee preventing him from going inside. Apparently, Ezra was only given a trespass warning. No less than a day later, a temporary restraining order was filed against Ezra by 2 high-low residents. Allegedly, Miller burst into their hostile bedroom and threatened the victims by saying, "I will bury you and your slut wife." The 2 victims
What the
also claimed
fuck?
Ezra stole personal belongings from them, such as social security cards, wallets, passports, driver's license, and bank cards. Strangely, this restraining order was dismissed by a judge 2 weeks later, as per the couple's request. It's starting to look like Ezra uses that Hollywood salary to buy his way out of every problem. Problems he created all by himself. By early April, ultimately, Ezra's mounting headlines forced Warner Brothers and DC to hold an emergency meeting to discuss his problematic actions. To save face, they decided to halt all productions that involve his characters. Except that was a lie. That same month, in April of 2022, Ezra was arrested on a second-degree assault charge. While back in Hawaii, this time at a private party, he threw a chair and hit a woman in the head, leaving her with a half-inch gash on her forehead. He was picked up by police in the early morning hours and taken into custody. There's just one problem. According to the Hawaii Tribune Herald, a police log indicated that Ezra was booked on suspicion of second-degree assault and released at 4:05 a.m. No charges. But there's a pending investigation. What is there to investigate? Oh, right. Nothing. Picture this. You wait a couple days, noise dies down, you pay the woman several grand, no charges, and you go about your merry life with 0 consequences. Anyways, I'm sure Ezra saw it as just some quirky mistake. It probably wasn't very funny when he found out second-degree assault is a Class C felony that carries a potential 5-year prison sentence. Considering he's not in prison, and this event is old news, Ezra got away without a scratch. I don't think an average person would be awarded such luxuries. For Ezra, one can only handle so much violence and chaos. It was time to settle down and find something better to do than steal passports and hurl chairs. Something new, like grooming a 12-year-old girl. Ezra Miller has always made his activism known to the world. In 2016, at a protest against the Dakota Access Pipeline, 24-year-old Ezra Miller made friends with a 12-year-old activist named Takata Iron Eyes. First of all, excuse me? She would listen to his music and hang out with his band, and Miller kept in touch with the young girl, promising to support her future music career. According to Takata's parents, Ezra even came by their home several times unannounced. In 2017, he flew her out to London to see the set of Fantastic Beasts. She was 14, he was 25. Her parents
Guy
alleged
lost
that
his
he
mind.
tried to sleep with her in the same bed,
He
and
lost his
even
mind.
gave her drugs and alcohol. This
Damn.
bizarre relationship got even worse when a family friend claimed they saw Ezra and Takata having sex in 2021. Though Takata told the media the claims were so very false. The same year, Ezra tried to convince Takata to drop out of school, probably because Ezra himself didn't finish his own education. And whether Ezra knows it or not, his behavior aligns with that of cult manipulation. Takata's parents were granted a protective order from the courts, preventing Ezra from interacting with her or her parents. However, the courts were unable to serve Ezra papers as they had no idea where he was. Before deleting his Instagram, Ezra brazenly taunted police by posting an image that read, "You cannot touch me." I am in another universe. Does
Really?
he actually think he's the Flash? Yeah. So,
Now he
where
does.
in the world was Ezra Miller and Takata
Oh
Ironized?
shit!
With increasing pressure from the media and the
I'm
news
laughing,
of
but
their
that's a
alleged
serious
sexual
problem. That's
relationship,
crazy.
Ezra took Takata, hopped on a plane, and flew to Vermont to stay at his family's 96-acre farm. Days later, other house guests, along with Ezra, called to Takata's parents to tell them that she was incapacitated after having taken LSD. You would think taking her to the hospital would be the best course of action. No. According to her parents, who flew out to Vermont immediately, Takata was found incoherent and voiceless. She had screamed so relentlessly that she had lost her voice for several days.
Damn.
Let's reiterate that a 24-year-old befriended a 12-year-old, groomed her for 5 years, fled to a hippie farm, and
Aztec is offering same-day
And
installation
what?
of water heaters when you call before 12 p.m. during this unprecedented time.
Created an
I
environment
got
that
distracted.
introduced her to sex and drugs. Not
Damn.
only did she partake in the use of hard drugs, she quite literally tripped into another dimension. She was found covered in bruises, which she claims were self-harm, inflicted due to the loss of her close friend. Luckily, an eyewitness had been with Ezra and Takata on multiple occasions, giving credibility to Ezra's alleged abusive and groomer behavior. Oliver Ignatius, a longtime music artist and friend of Ezra, witnessed Ezra's verbally abusive treatment of the then 18-year-old Takata in both Hawaii and Vermont. In Hawaii, Oliver saw Ezra confiscate Takata's phone and pressured the girl to change her name to Gibson. On the Vermont
Gibson.
farm, Ezra once again
the
hid
fuck?
Takata's phone, Gibson, and screamed obscenities at her for wearing makeup. Hiding someone's phone is a specific type of abuse that prevents the victim from seeking outside help. Oliver recalled hearing Ezra say, "What the fuck are you doing? Putting on this fucking clown paint." Like any victim who becomes the friend of a grown man, Takata stated that she was never abused, manipulated, or even screamed at.
She got
said
a lot of
that
money.
was queer dialogue about badly applied rouge on my part, which I appreciated. She
Damn.
continued by saying, "I think the fact that a catty comment made by a queer
Damn.
person about makeup
I don't know
being
how I'm
considered
alive.
abuse is actually quite homophobic rhetoric. There is a glaring problem with this entire case. Takata's analysis of the
I
situation
don't know how I'm
is
still alive.
backwards, and it's not even her fault. To Takata, this isn't grooming. In her mind, she has been given autonomy of her own body, thoughts, and actions, something she didn't have when living with her parents. Takata's response, in which she labels the altercation
Oh, I can't
as
move.
homophobic
Rookie.
rhetoric, is
Rookie
a
mistake.
serious
I didn't even
deflection
notice.
of the criticism, effectively undermining the gravity of what happened to her.
That could have
Ezra's
killed
gender
him.
or identity has nothing to
That
do
could
with
have
the
killed
fact
him.
that she was groomed. Additionally,
Kill him.
Takata
No.
finds the hole Ezra dug
Oh,
for
I
her
got
quite comfortable.
what?
To this day,
One.
Takata
Oh.
has denied any allegations from her parents or others and staunchly defends Ezra on social media.
Honestly,
Oh shit! Damn, that was a fight. What the fuck?
the narrative of the
Oh,
victim is not being granted.
damn. I don't know how I made that shit. This guy Ezra Miller, he got a lot of skeletons in his closet. That's crazy. It's like it's so much. It's like, is it true or is it not true? Like, damn. That's how bad it is. I mean, fuck. Oh, he was dead. He was dead. This guy's gonna kill me. So he got a fucking fire cape, inferno cape. If I run away. Oh yeah, he's coming. He's coming. I knew the secret. You're coming anyway. Misclick. I misclicked. Oh, yo. Damn, I fucked up. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I misclicked twice and then I ruined everything. Whoa. Whoa. That fast, I just ruined everything. That's crazy. Alright, come back, come back. Alright, focus, focus. He's maging me, he's maging me. I can't even hit him. Wasn't I hitting him before? I'm fucked up. Oh, I got the HA. Is it possible? Is it plausible? Is it plausible? Is it plausible? No. I could have been chanced them. It was a chance. It was. Oh, I should have put on the. I fucked up. I wasn't even paying attention. Damn, you gotta know what you have at all times. Oh, no. It don't have to end like this. Stop. Stop. I don't know how I'm still alive. What's the way? What's the move? Oh, I got no spec at all. There is no move. Hold your ground. He will fall. No. No. Damn, I chanced him twice. Fuck. Yeah. Good shit. Damn. Oh shit. Oh, I had to watch the video.
And trust. I worked really hard to make really clear what was going on.
Damn, I'm not even
And
focused
the
what I'm doing.
statements are too
Oh, good shit.
profoundly contrasting to whatever assumptions those of us have garnered and have chosen to carry. I'd like to say that it's nobody's business and that no one
It's
is
nobody's
story.
business.
To the
She
public,
got paid all the
she's
money.
brainwashed.
She's good.
Takada's mother and father
She
have
better hope.
spoken
Or
out
at least I
against
hope she
Ezra's
got paid
actions
money.
and want
I'm
him
about
held
brainwashed.
accountable. They believe he has a pattern of targeting and grooming vulnerable young people.
Yeah.
Use Kayak to find the hotel
That's
you want
crazy.
at the price you want. Download the Kayak app now.
And they still hired him.
Apparently, Ezra has the
Play the
time to
Flash.
do this, not just with Takada, but with other victims as well. Earlier in the year, it was revealed that one of Ezra's wild nights out led him to a house party in Greenfield, Massachusetts, where he showed up wearing a bulletproof vest. The first blow-up occurred when Ezra accused and berated the mother of the home for cultural appropriation. Next, during a board game called Parcheesi, Ezra commented saying the game has roots in Rastafarianism. When asked by a partygoer which sect, Ezra began screaming and flashed a gun. After embarrassing himself quite thoroughly, Ezra
It's like, is this true or not true?
a mother about her 12-year-old child. I've talked extensively with your child, and you have a lot of power to them. At one point, you're going to realize that you don't have any control over them anymore. They're an elevated being, and they would be lucky to have someone like me guide them. Once he was done freaking out everyone in the general vicinity, Ezra decided to scold the child's mother, calling her a witch and a vampire. At one point, he
Vampire.
touched the 12-year-old's hips, hugged her, and offered to buy horses for her to keep at Ezra's Vermont farm. This anonymous 12-year-old has since spoken out about the situation, saying, Ezra was automatically weirdly drawn to me and kept talking about how much they love my outfit and style. Fortunately, the family was granted a temporary harassment prevention order against Ezra. It's common knowledge that adults have no business interacting with children in any regard unless it's their own. A 24-year-old hanging out with a 12-year-old, even
This guy's
once,
gone
should
off
be
the
more than enough to
edge.
sound the alarm. But it didn't happen once. There is a routine pattern of behavior with 2 minors at least. Ezra's creepy nature continued when surveillance footage caught him burglarizing a home in Vermont, where he allegedly stole several bottles of alcohol. He had known the people he stole from. It's funny because you would think a millionaire with a Ferrari and multiple homes would be able to afford a couple bottles of Jack. It's safe to assume Ezra was on copious drugs and alcohol before, during, and after committing the crime. The Vermont State Police believe they have probable cause to charge Ezra with felony burglary. However, it's radio silence when it comes to any actual repercussions. In October of 2022, Ezra pleaded not guilty to the burglary charge, which could carry a maximum of 25 years.
Scare me already.
Considering there's surveillance footage, how do you plead not guilty? Surprise, Ezra's story gets even more ridiculous. For months, Ezra had been secretly hosting a 25-year-old mother and her 3 children at his Vermont farm. Ezra's family farm can be described as a secluded oasis full of weapons and drugs, a perfect environment for cult-like behavior. And if those children stay on his farm long enough, we shouldn't be surprised when they turn into his little demon henchmen. But how did we get here? Ezra met this family in Hawaii during his initial assault charges and assured them that they could live with him. Apparently, the mother took him up on this offer and has no problems with Ezra's past. Instead of Teletubbies and booger-stained iPads, there are dangerous weapons and marijuana strewn about Ezra's farm, making it an unsafe environment for the children, who are between the ages of 1 and 5. The unnamed mother, probably suffering from Stockholm Syndrome, has told curious media outlets that she is grateful. Ezra has provided her and her children with a, quote, healing haven for us. According to the mother, her husband and father of the 3 children was abusive, and they escaped with Ezra for a better life. The father has since denied these claims and has begged for his family to return. Meanwhile, according to the Rolling Stone, 8 rifles and handguns were found lying around the living room, propped up next to stuffed animals. One source even claimed one of the children, a 12-month-old baby, once put a bullet in her mouth. Ezra has made no mention of the situation to media outlets, but when Vermont police tried to serve an emergency care order to the mother, Ezra claimed the family had left the farm. Authorities believe Ezra is, in fact, hiding their location and deliberately told the police false information so that the mother would not lose custody over her children. The same month, Ezra revealed he is seeking medical treatment for complex mental health issues. Although this is a step in the right direction, let's not sweep the mountain of allegations and documented evidence under the rug.
Damn, son.
Should be in the
I gotta
equation,
move faster than
it
that.
shouldn't work as a convenient way out. Most recently, Ezra has appeared in court to answer for his alcohol
This guy's
burglary
just eating the
stunt,
fool every
beginning
time.
a 1-year probation and pleading guilty to a misdemeanor of unlawful trespass. Once again, 2 other charges were dismissed: a felony burglary and petty larceny. larceny charge, as long as he doesn't violate the probation. I swear Ezra is truly looking more and more like the Flash, with the way he's able to escape.
I'm just doing these moves that people done on me.
She found the agreement very
Oh
slow
shit.
and an equal balance
Let's
between
go.
rehabilitation and punishment. Something they don't tell you is that rehabilitation isn't for everyone. Only people who can afford it receive it. Something tells me that if Ezra wasn't Ezra, a millionaire pop culture icon, he would be rotting in Azkaban. Over 10 police complaints, a misdemeanor, dropped felony charges, assault, grooming, and housing children in a hippie armory. And where does that get us? A Super Bowl commercial for his new Flash movie. Surely Ezra will be righting his wrongs, perhaps donating the proceeds to children or families he's abused. Something tells me that's not going to happen, and if it did, it still doesn't matter. It's horribly ironic
I
how
felt like the
Ezra
craziest
was
bot
cast
ever.
as a superhero known to be a
The
role
bot just
model
keeps
for
eating.
young children. Yet he has shown he is more like a villain in every regard. It appears after every aggressive or
It's like
outrageous outburst, he plays
training.
the victim card because
They let me
he
train
knows
on
it
him.
will work,
Good.
or he
Good.
genuinely thinks he's a victim. It's an incredible self-defense mechanism that protects Ezra from any critique or wrongdoing, at least in his own mind. And apparently, even in a court of law, Ezra is awarded privileges that normal people would only dream of, taking advantage of his star power anytime he can. No surprise, Hollywood only seems to reinforce this behavior. Casting another actor for The Flash? Never. Warner
Never.
Brothers spent millions on CGI and VFX, and there's no chance they're scrapping it now.
It's the king of the
last thing they
hill.
want is more noise about Ezra
Oh, I
Miller.
gotta beat the
DC
guy at the
has
bottom
taken
to get to the
Marvel's
top.
formula
That's what
of
he's saying, huh?
recycling old actors across multiple timelines as a surefire way to get people interested again. All things considered, Ezra's antics worked in his favor. The brand new Flash movie, being released June 16th
Oh,
of
damn, I
this
didn't get
year,
it fast
has
enough.
seen little controversy, though some small rumors have circulated that the actor Grant Gustin will take over for Ezra as the iconic Flash following the release of James Gunn's new film. Something tells me that if the Flash performs well in the box office, we'll be seeing more of the Mad Goose Wizard. And let's not forget, only in Hollywood can an actor groom a 12-year-old, lob a chair at a woman's forehead, and choke a
I'm messing
fan
up
in
like
broad
crazy.
daylight while keeping
Whoa.
their job as a role model for children, getting paid millions of dollars to save the day.
If nursing has taken you
Ah,
far,
you
but
could have
you're
killed
ready
me
to
right
go
there.
further, you belong
Fuck.
at Chamberlain University, where you earn your RN to BSN on your schedule in as little as a year. Chamberlain University, belong to something greater.
Alright, let me calm the hell down and kill this guy, because this guy is... He's gonna kill me, dog!
Can I have a quick shot
I
about
might
who's
could
heard
just
of Tencent?
fucking click on him.
Great start.
I'm still alive.
If you look at the
Holy
world's most
shit,
valuable
I'm still alive.
companies, you won't be surprised to find the likes
I'm
of
still
Apple,
alive somehow.
Microsoft, and Google. But one
Oh
name does stand
shit,
out:
I'm gonna die.
Tencent. The company is worth more than the likes of Facebook, MasterCard, and Samsung. And yet, if you ask the majority of people what Tencent does, you'd be met with a confused look. The truth is that Tencent does everything. Because whilst Tencent's mascot is a friendly look.
Okay. This guy's gonna kill me. I fucked up. I could have killed the man long ago. No, he's gotta put his prayer up. I don't know why he didn't put his prayer up. Because somehow I'm just not gonna kill him. Ah, shit. I hit an 8. I don't know how I'm still alive. Oh shit. Now, when you someone know what you're doing, it is fun. That's crazy. Damn. Let's see. What to watch? YouTube be giving you some crazy choices sometimes, and then some other crazy choices at a time. The worst glitch in history. Let's see what it was.
Unit, the group behind some of RuneScape's most iconic glitches. In just a few short years, they discovered and abused hundreds of glitches that allowed them to get level 3 fire capes, unlimited prayer, duplicate billions of gold, and even steal Jagex moderator powers. This is the story of their rise, fall, and where they are today. Now, this is a video I've wanted to make for years, but as you can guess, assembling the Avengers of RuneScape glitching isn't easy. But after some searching and messaging, I
I
found
wonder
Roy,
how.
one
I
of the
never
group's
delved
founders.
into
Roy
the
started playing back in
RuneScape
2005 and was
freaking
instantly hooked.
glitching and
In
all
his
that
own
crap.
words, he played around 10 hours a day minimum. Roy advanced his account quickly, but it didn't take long for him to wonder what else the game had to offer outside of the more, let's say, traditional content. One day, while Roy was chatting in Varrock Square, he received a trade offer from another player.
So
The
I
player
didn't do
showed him
anything.
an inventory full of bandages from Castle Wars. These are items that can't be taken out of Castle Wars and are exclusive to the minigame, but this player somehow had them. Roy was amazed and wanted to learn how to do this too, but it wasn't until a few years later that he began researching and came across a website called Ezud. It was a forum devoted to all things RuneScape Underground, like account selling, gold selling, and of course glitching. Normally, I wouldn't say the name of a website where players could use underground services, but Ezud hasn't been active since people thought the world was going to end because of the Mayan calendar. So I don't think it's coming back anytime soon. Anyway, Roy
That
signed
was
up
a
for an
delay
account,
hit.
but he used
If I
his
ever
RuneScape
seen it.
account username. Another user named Quint quickly reached out to him saying that he shouldn't have used his real RuneScape name on a site like this because they discuss a ton of rule-breaking stuff. But how would anybody even know that Roy used his RuneScape name in the first place? It turns out that Quint was actually the same guy who showed him the bandages in Varrock Square a few years prior, and he recognized his name. The more Roy browsed Ezud, the more he got sucked in, but it didn't take long until he flew too close to the sun. A glitch known as the Barbarian Assault Smuggle was posted to the forums, and Roy wanted to try it. Barbarian Assault is a minigame that has had hundreds of glitches over
Damn.
the years, which makes sense In this particular case, somebody managed to figure out how to smuggle the free runes and arrows out of BA by using a familiar. But familiar.
All right. No more. Dude, I could imagine fighting for like fucking meals, and you know you about to lose, and then you could do is just gotta lose all that shit and die. Yeah, in the fucking wild. Oh shit! Yeah, I haven't been Pincane with a lot of loot. That's gonna be crazy. Like no. Oh, there's somebody there. Oh shit! Dude, if I would have gone frozen, dude, I had to eat though. I wasn't paying attention. I when he missed. Holy moly donuts! Yeah. Been some pretty good games, I would say. I still haven't won one though. But let's see what happens.
What I would.
This guy's not even playing. I don't feel like doing all this crazy shit. I just gotta let it kill it. Cause this guy is gonna try to kill me. Glebes! Come on, Glebes. Glebes. Come on, Glebes. Glebes. Come on, Glebes. Come on, Glebes. Yeah, that should have killed. I think to kill this guy, if I could freeze him, so dang, that shit did damage, boy. Come on, I'm rocking this motherfucker. Ah, I'm gonna die. Dun dun dun. I fucked up. Damn. Good shit. Fuck. Damn. I'd be so mad if I was in the wild and I died like risking millions. Holy crap. Hey, I don't know if I can go to the wild yet. Damn. That music was good though.
Out in the desert, a creature hunts for its next meal. Most ecosystems are inhospitable for this most disagreeable creature. But with merciless predatorial tactics, this environment can offer some sustenance. Once fully grown, this species will spend up to 16 hours a day
16 hours a day.
tasty treat. But not a stone throw away lives their distant cousin, the vulture.
It's been a while since I've updated you on the Duel Arena. The scammers here are seeing their final days in this profession. No longer will they spend
Oh,
16 hours a day
oh, I got him.
contributing no value to society and manipulating the players of this game. I'm happy to report that in just a few days, the anti-cheating team banned 674 staking accounts, with an average of 910 mil on each account. And they've done a lot of work since then too. Also, Jagex is going to be changing the duel arena in some way to
Overkill.
permanently stop them within the next couple months, which is really exciting. Wait, what was that? Oh, my internet browser is magically hooked up to Discord now, and I got a message from Framed. He says to check out the high-risk PvP worlds and see what I can find there. That's not a bad idea, Framed. This browser looks really cool, though. If you're like me, you'll take any upgrade to your gaming experience that costs nothing. And today, that's Opera GX, the first browser in the world specifically made for gaming. If your computer ever lags or anything, it's really useful to just limit the amount of CPU or RAM that your browser uses, so that your gaming doesn't take a hit on performance. And whenever I want, Discord or Twitter are just one click away. I'm just having fun with this interface. It's so fast and seamless. There's also WhatsApp, Messenger, and Twitch, which, if you're like me, then you spend a lot of time on here. I get to see everybody that's live, and also set notifications for when my favorite streamers go live. Also on the sidebar is the GX Corner, which shows all the games that are available for free, with a release calendar as well. Here they select the hand-picked best deals on new games, newest releases, and breaking gaming news all in one.
Yeah, good shit. I cheers.
And in the top right corner, we have how you can customize the browser with special themes, wallpapers, and colors. Personally,
Yeah.
in the darker browser, much easier.
I'm learning somewhat more.
This is the future of gaming, and if
This
you ever
is
see
hard.
yourself using one of these features in the future, I've
It
left
is cool
a really
though.
easy to access link in the description of this video. It is completely free, and thank you Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Well, I took Frame's advice and went to the high-risk worlds. This is a taste of what I found.
Hi, Mom. Kelly
The
Bennett and I just went on
gummies.
our Carnival cruise. We tried new things and new foods. I got over my fear of bubbles. Anyway.
Fight against an opponent that's also bringing additional risk. This was my first high-risk fight ever, just over 3 years ago. I was risking a 45 mil Elder Maul, and the guy was risking full third age, valued at over 200 mil. At that time, I didn't understand the high-risk scene at all, because back in my day, you would risk your hit points so that your opponent had a chance of killing you. Turns out when we double-deathed, I just got extremely lucky, and I don't think I ever had another chance to kill him. Meanwhile, I was letting him AGS me on 71 hit points left and right. And the reason for that was because I thought that's what you're supposed to do. I thought it was proper etiquette. But risking your hit points is now a thing of the past. In fact, where you would get criticized for safing between 2004 and 2012, now it's the exact opposite, where you're criticized if you ever give your opponent a chance to kill you. Pretty much everybody in the high-risk worlds know each other. So if you're a new PKer logging into the high-risk worlds, everybody will swarm you, trying to be the one to fight you. They see every other high-risker as competition. Take the guy I'm fighting here, for example. He has a lot more experience than me, but somehow I managed to kill him in this magic shortbow fight. I profit about 35 mil, which he's really not happy about. But I don't want to rematch him after killing him, so I fight someone else. But he really wants to rematch, so he decides to use 2 accounts to get on top of my fight and distract us from fighting, until I agree to rematch. So my opponent and I decide to go somewhere else so we can shake the raggers. But he finds us and continues.
What's up, bum?
And again to Lumbridge, Sears Village, Eastar Down, and Drainer Village. In this new era of PKing, you're not allowed to give your opponent a chance to kill you, never mind to get killed by a YouTuber. So I know for a fact that the other people in the high-risk Discord were roasting the shit out of him for dying. That's why he's following me around the entire map of RuneScape, trying to get another rematch to redeem himself.
Consumed by thirst, nothing is out of the question when competing for prey. Distressed by social encounters, the vulture must rely on only itself to secure its next meal. When a victim is caught into the trap of a vulture, other vultures surround and do anything they can to jeopardize the success of the kill. If they are successful in thwarting the kill, their competition will starve. prey will still be ripe for the plucking.
But he didn't think to come to Mauritania, where, free of distraction, I was finally able to kill my opponent. If they think you're free loot, they'll do anything to get you to fight them. That includes spamming or accusing your opponent of using auto-cheat scripts. I know for a fact some of the people I was fighting weren't using scripts, but people didn't want me losing my money to somebody else, so they'd make up the lie to get me to stop fighting them. Then they'd try to pounce on me and ask me to fight.
Damn. I was trying to get there. I tried. I
So
thought about
eventually
it, but
I
I'm
got
like,
down to fighting multiple.
prayer.
Again, I have a disadvantage here. I don't really know what I'm
Damn.
doing, but practice makes perfect. Unfortunately, in this case, it doesn't, because I disconnected. But fortunately, he's still standing at the Grand Exchange, so there's a good chance he'll give it back.
What you mean? Hit you 40-40 mall.
Okay, so he's not giving it back, fair enough. But at least he's not inviting me to a Discord call to taunt me further. Oh, about that.
Yeah, I got 175 mil. No, look, I 42.39 mauled him.
Woo? Did you actually? What?
Look at the guys though.
Yeah, look. I wouldn't give back for that either. 40-39?
No, look, he got chance, so he just unplugged his router.
Oh no, that's actually.
You're dumb. He unplugged his router.
Just like, fuck this.
Wait, no, he did this. I swear he did this. No, he got AGS chance, so he unplugged his router. No, I swear, Kyle, he did fucking this. I'm not trolling.
Say Wallah?
Yeah, he did this. I swear. Wait, I'm gonna say something like no trolls. KMQ, are you fucking? You're here, right? I fought you on Dark Odin and I DC'd you. You actually gave back. Wallah.
KMQ, come trade me. My name's Pokey ASMR. It's on that account.
No, Kyle, I swear, at least give back half. Stop being a fucking scumbag.
Don't be a fucking scumbag.
I'll give you back the death rings.
Bro, you won't get anything out of this greedy pink pig, I swear.
There are some high-riskers that have it out for me in particular, and that's because I made a video about the high-risking scene just over 3 years ago. I was pretty naive at the time and I thought the community was against what I was putting out, so I privated my video. But looking back, I was just warning players against getting baited, so in retrospect, I'm pretty sure I was just dislike botted. People have financial incentive to continue baiting people that come to the PvP worlds. Take, for example, Venge to Spec, a guy in full Inquisitor armor. That is very clearly a PVMer. This guy named Victimizer comes up and tries to sweet talk. Venge to Spec is using his Iron Man to speak because his main account is muted. He says he won big in the arena.
How much you win?
Victimizer tries to be likable and flattering. He calls Venge to Spec a legend for winning a 2-bill chuck at the arena.
So you got 4 bill. WTF. Your Iron Man is dope. Come fight instead. More fun.
After Venge to Spec says no, Victimizer is a little more demanding. These PKers were trying to bait me too, but what to do about this? The only thing I could think of was try to beat them at their own game.
Mwah, mwah.
So, that's exactly what I did.
Time is it? I think it's about that time. Every time when I go to sleep, get back at tomorrow, I'm like 10 times better. Ancient Chinese secret. Let's get it.